who just trying to make it. A crime happens within your community, and you say you don't trust the police, so you don't tell them. That person is benefiting from it because they don't give a fuck. Imagine this, because this would be pissing me off about this stuff, right? Let's look at the picture. Okay, the pictures on the bottom specifically. You have a group of gentlemen who are incarcerated, hanging around, talking, and then you have a group of young men on the right side, hanging around, talking. If the COs or the police come, what you think they're gonna do?
I don't know, question them or something.
Huh?
To be honest, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
So I just jump to the point. Let's say they talking about something they ain't supposed to be talking about, or they working on a plan to do something, or they smoking, or they got illegal stuff on them, or they got some weapons on them or some sort. They're going to do whatever they can do to not be caught. They would disperse. They may walk away from each other. They may try to start hiding things. They're gonna do whatever they can to not be discovered by the officers. But let's say you walk through. What's gonna happen to you? You think they're gonna be putting up shit and hiding? Or are you in danger of getting your head knocked off and getting robbed?
Right, right.
So the point I'm making is the craziest thing that happens with us is we are being complicit in allowing certain things to happen to us while they're doing all they can to beat the police, but they beating the fuck out of us. They harming us, unaliving us, stealing from us, raping us, taking things from us, making it hard to walk around. You can't do stuff at a certain time. You can't wear certain colors. You can't give them eye contact. Police come, motherfuckers be yes sir, no sir. They prim and fucking proper. And you see a crime and the police ask you what happened, you like, man, no, you tough with them. You tougher with the police than the motherfuckers who need to be running from them. You talking big shit because you innocent. You like, man, I ain't talking to you. I don't know what you do. Them motherfuckers be yes sir, no sir. They be running. They be real polite when they talk to the police officer, but your overly tough ass talking about I ain't see nothing. Fuck you. Excuse me? Excuse me? Something in the buttermilk ain't clean with it. But hold on, Raheem. Go ahead, Tara. I know you want to say something. Go ahead, Tara. Okay, go ahead, Scale. Damn.
I ain't got nothing to say yet. I'm observing, but I'm trying to see what y'all want to say. So I got to read. I just got
Okay. Well, go ahead, Raheem. They not ready. Go ahead.
Oh, they're waiting for more people to join.
No, they must be doing something. I'm saying you can respond to what I said, but do you understand what I'm saying? You saying that you don't trust the police helps the very people that's harming you.
All right. Look at it from this perspective, right? I'm not sure about America, but in Jamaica, right? A lot of police are involved in gang activity as well and criminal activity. So you don't want to say say something to the police, and you don't know if that police is like crooked. Is that what you guys say? Crooked or like
Yeah.
you don't know. So you don't know if you say something, you don't know if he's working with the actual criminal. So when you say something, that police might come back to harm you or send someone to come harm you, right? Because I've seen it happen. It happens in Jamaica. We see it on the news. So if I were to see something happen, I'm not gonna say anything because I don't know if he's working with other criminals or you know. So
No,
there's
that makes sense. But hold on, let me play this clip and let's see what this can bring. Because the man that's up with the yellow hoodie, um, Dark Horse sent me this video, and this what motivated me about this prompt. So I'm gonna play this clip and then you can respond to it. Let me play it. Hold on.
Stem directly. a lot of the behaviors that we adopt stem directly from prison, right? If we're the most over-policed community, disproportionately thrown into prison, that means we have a constant influx and flow of men coming home from jail and going into the jail. If these men come home and they have respect and they
Hold on, go on mute, Raheem, because you got the background noise so we can hear it.
become an OG or a leader, because we look at going to prison as some stripe when you in the streets and shit like that. I'm just strictly talking about the streets. The ways and behaviors of those young men that are now in the streets, listen to them, are the ways and behaviors of a prisoner. So they're adopting convict behavior, which subconsciously prepares you to become a convict. So when the prison influences the streets, and the street has such an influence on civilians, then we have civilians adopting the ways of convicts. Now, one glaring thing that we always going to talk about is the sagging of pants, right? Fuck what it mean. Influence came directly from the prison to the streets, from the streets to the civilian. That's just one example of many. We also have to talk about mindset. We have to think about the role that the prison industrial complex plays on the everyday black civilian when we're influenced by the street and the street is influenced by prison. Subconsciously, you're preparing yourself to be a prisoner, to be a convict. Young Thug calling Kid Cudi a rat is an example of this. I think it's time to stop talking about rats. I think it's also time for like the everyday civilian to not feel pressure to adhere to these street rules. And the only street rule that they want to adhere to is the not snitching rule. Don't tell on me. But the old ways was we protect women and children. Y'all done did away with that completely. It used to be, if you ain't in the street, you stay out of street business, and we keep you out of street business. It used to be if you was athlete or academic and you had a promising future, they would keep you out of the street. Facts. It used to be that if it was a woman or a child, we keep them out of the streets. But now none of that go. But the only thing we want to hold on to is don't snitch. Now, if you put in work in the street, adhere to whatever rules you want to. If you in prison, no snitching. That's in full effect. We're criminals here. We're all convicted. Ain't nobody a civilian. Ain't nobody innocent in this bitch. So adhere to the street rules in prison. Yes, adhere to the not snitching rule in prison. If you want to adhere to the not snitching rule, a lot of y'all wouldn't be in prison.
So how you feel about that? Him saying, how it's like this no snitching thing. Because I understand what you're saying. You're right that there is a possibility that if the officer's working with the criminals, then how you gonna talk to them? What's up, Skill?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't think everybody everybody say no snitching and shit, but like since I've been younger, I've witnessed motherfuckers always snitch and come home and motherfuckers be cool with their ass like that's never happened. So I think that's some motherfuckers just be saying, because as soon as the motherfuckers get in trouble, they tell you. So I think that shit counts.
But
Well, not everybody, but majority of you got some motherfuckers that they stand 10 toes down. But majority of motherfuckers, they gonna tell something. Whether if they don't tell a name, they gonna give a area, address. They gonna give something.
when they're involved with it, the people who snitch the most are the ones involved. To what Raheem was saying he witnessed something. He's just coming home from work. He witnessed something. He wouldn't say something. A lot of times, the reason why crimes don't get solved is because the community that witnessed it don't say anything because they're scared. Meanwhile, the motherfucker who's involved with it, you give him a Coke and a smile and he telling everything. Matter of fact, scratch that. Take it all back. You put a motherfucking YT man with a camera and a microphone and send him to your local hood, motherfuckers gonna sing like canaries. That's out the gate. You don't even gotta wait on nothing to happen. Motherfuckers start putting their business on social media. But the people who are affected by it are not typically the ones that's telling, because they're scared of getting hurt, but they're also trained and influenced to believe that you're not supposed to tell. So yeah, it's specific to the people that's within the that's doing the shit, but that spilled over to the community. Oh, you're not supposed to tell. Like, and it even goes as far as like people adopt this idea like they're not supposed to tell stuff just like in regular conversation or regular situations. You got kids who think they're not supposed to be telling on their friends. So whether it's actually being applied doesn't matter. Is it influence? Is this idea that snitches supposed to get stitches? Is that idea influencing other civilians or people in the community? Yes.
What would you say they came from? Though? Like, where would you say it started?
With criminal activities.
But I don't think so because I think we can ask everybody here. And in elementary school, your teacher told you don't be no snitch, no tattletale.
I think that goes to where you grew up. Like if you grew up in an area like that scale, then that would make sense. But like in the area like that I would say I grew up in, like a teacher never told me not to snitch. Like I'm not trying to be like, oh you I think based on like where you grew up, what kind of teachers you had, like what did you have a black teacher telling you that?
Well, they didn't say no snitching. They said no tattletelling. I just, because I just said, 'cause it's
But
the
that's
same
what I'm
thing.
saying. Was it a black teacher saying it?
And I had black teachers and white teachers tell me that. Like I had a mix. Like it wasn't just predominantly black. Like it was kind of a mix.
Hold up. Telltale isn't like the snitching thing though, because sometimes I'll have students who just tell everything. Like this person, like every little thing that to the point where it's going to affect your social skills with your peers. Like it's not necessary for you to say it, but some kids just like impulsively just say everything. So it's not just that, oh, you're not supposed to tell on people. It's like, stop telling things that you don't need to tell. It's not the same thing. So you probably had a big ass mouth and they were trying to tell you to shut the fuck up.
They've been talking to me. Goddamn.
But even besides that, hold on, because even besides that, I put these the two pictures at the bottom up for a reason. Because let's take that off the table. Okay, whether it's because I agree with Tara, like tattletelling is something that's different that someone would say versus you being a snitch. The snitch thing is a whole
Snitching
different
is
thing.
snitching.
No, to tell about snitching is something different. Cause telling, oh, they over here playing, oh, they over here, them talking. So and so did this, so and so did that, and you're 5. That's totally different than y'all engaging in criminal activity and you tell. That's different, and that's how I get conflated. But that's
Okay, so let me ask you this. I just want to know, like, how you would think. Okay, say you were me and robbed the bank, and you got caught, but me and got away. Would you tell on her or would you let her ride?
by the code, she's supposed to be able to ride because we both went into something and I got caught. So I'm not supposed
Oh,
to
okay. I
tell
was just
her.
making sure you was a real nigga. I was just making sure you was a real nigga. That's
No.
all.
But that would make, if it didn't spill over to something weird, it would make sense. But a lot of the criminal activity is janky. But I don't want to get lost in the snitch thing, and I don't even want to get lost with the sagging thing. I want to look at something that I think is even more insidious. Because look at the pictures below. I will, if you think about it, the stuff that goes on in prison and the things you see in the hood are mirrors of each other. A lot of the stuff that men who be in the streets and in the hood do, they literally are hanging with each other all day from sun up to sundown, drinking, smoking together, hugged up, listening to music, rapping, freestyling, all this stuff, hollering at women, whatever they doing, hitting licks, whatever the term is in your local area. That's what they doing. When they go to prison, what do y'all think they're doing in there?
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
And that's an important point because what a lot of these black men are missing is that y'all treat prison like a rite of passage. It's like oh, you can't be soft. Like this idea where you stuck in survival mode. You right, hang around the kids. How you carry yourself. The idea that if you go to prison, you're going to easily be able to adapt to prison because like you already ready for that. Y'all know some people who go to prison and they will be fucking traumatized.
No,
Like
but
it would be traumatizing to them to go to prison. But y'all like prepping everybody to go to prison. Like, oh, you hang like just now you like I want to see if you're a real nigga. They're constantly testing. Would you make it? Are you strong enough to be in prison? Do you know the code? Do you know how to like even to the point where like abandon your children because when you go to the fucking prison, your kids can't go with you, and y'all do that shit in real life. It's so much of the culture of like black men that's so tired of being in prison, and it's like y'all oblivious to it, and it don't make no fucking sense.
no, but that comes down to where you grew up as well. Because right now, for
Oh,
me,
who comes from? Hold up,
if
where
I
you
were to
from?
Jamaica,
All right.
yeah, I still live here and everything, yeah. But what I'm saying, it all boils down to where you grew up as well. Because right now, if I were to go to jail or prison, I don't think I could last a week because I'm not used to those type of the things that come with it. I don't grow up around certain environments. So I don't think I could handle that
But
type
that's the
of
point I'm making, and that's what Drake is essentially saying is like the in the hood, the if you outside with the boys, because here's the thing, you don't have to be outside with the boys, and some of the boys don't be outside with the boys. They be in the house doing some other shit. They be staying out of shit, but the ones that's outside, y'all acting like prison niggas. And it's why a lot of these men end up just back on the corner hanging out with the boys. It's like you don't know anything else. You only been conditioned to be in prison. Like you sitting around with other men all day. You doing illegal activity. You trying to outsmart the cops, but you understand they the authority. When they come around, you fall into place. Like all that shit is prison. All of it.
Yep. Literally.
I really think, honestly, I think they be cool with going back so easily because it's so comfortable for them. You know? Like real talk, I got a partner locked up and
You
I
breaking
don't
up.
PlayStation in that bitch, bro.
Your service
My
messing up.
bad. But like, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but that's the whole idea. The whole idea is that you can go to prison and that shit like regular. It's no big deal to go to prison. That
But
shit is sad.
yeah, it's normal. But go ahead, Skill, so I can see if you're gonna make that point because
Yeah, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I said I feel like a lot of them go back easy because it's so comfortable. Like I had a partner, he got locked up, and like said, dog had a PlayStation in that bitch. Like bro was online playing the game with me, bro. Like, and so like niggas like living like they in the free world. Just ain't no women in there, I guess. Like shit, so that's why they so fucking comfortable.
But e-
So that's why they so fucking comfortable.
but
Like
even
if you getting locked up and you still getting 3 meals a day, you getting all the snacks, you still smoking and shit like you want to, like you playing the fucking game, you got a cell phone and shit,
You
like,
missing
and
the
I ain't gonna
point.
lie, niggas in prison be getting money, but me personally, I don't want to fucking go, but I'm saying that's what makes it comfortable for them,
you
cause
in
they not really missing shit.
Sitting around playing the PlayStation and fucking cell is not like the free world. That's what I'm
That's what
saying.
the
Like,
fuck they do out
Tara,
here
hold on.
though.
Yeah,
yeah, it is.
no, he right, Tara. He's
Yeah,
right. He's
that is
saying
what
that
it is.
they bummy, so they don't have jobs. They ain't trying to aspire to do nothing anyway. So they doing the same thing they
They
would do
sit
in the
at
free
home
world.
all day, play the game and hit licks. They doing the same shit in that bitch, and they eat
Yeah.
Roman fucking noodles at home. You eating fucking Roman noodles in that bitch. Like, the
And when
fuck?
you
They creasing
say
their pants.
And when you say like, cause like it's not true that they have access to like phones and these PlayStations, like a lot of these men would try to make you believe. But even if you said like, yeah, they got it, them, the reality is like it's a small area, but they be having small areas. They be literally in like abandoned houses or like fucking trap houses, sitting amongst fucking dirty shit. Like they're bummy. They hanging around men all day. Like the men who are out, the only difference, like with them being locked up eating noodles or being out here eating noodles and hitting licks and smoking and trying to make moves up in there, whatever they doing, the parlays, whatever it is that 12 to 3 a.m., 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. time that they might find some poor soul to lay up on with their cheesy asses. Us, that's the only thing that they're missing. Cause a lot of times they're not really even dealing with no women. They're spending all their time with men. Multiple, even if they do spend a day with a woman, the majority of their time is going to be with men. There's 365 days in a year. 300 of them days is with each other. So they are not missing out on nothing up in prison other than the opportunity every once in a blue moon to go fuck up some young woman life. But yeah, like it's very similar. It's very similar. Very similar.
But that doesn't go for black men alone. Like I'm sure you have other racism men out there that, like prison life influence as well, right?
I don't see it. I don't see the same thing. And if you would
Maybe
have
Hispanic men.
maybe so. Maybe so. In certain areas, maybe so, perhaps.
Yeah,
Cause
in
I
certain
know
areas.
yeah, cause yeah, I can see that in some areas where it's not where they're not separate, they'll just be together. Like you might see a bunch of black men and a couple specks of Hispanic men in there. I can see that because that they are influenced too.
Well, like in Louisiana, it will be black men and white men, but in California, it will be black men and Hispanic men.
No, it wouldn't
No?
be. No, they wouldn't be unless the YT man dated black women. He completely took on the persona of being a certain.
White men don't be in jail like that?
No, they go to jail, but in the South, the percentage of men that are incarcerated are going to be black.
They
Typically
have
black
different
men.
prisons too, though. Like I know over here, like most of the dudes, like with the black dudes, they go to come. They send all the YT dudes up to Calico Rock.
Yeah, well, if I don't know, you would have to break down each state by state. But if I'm not mistaken, Louisiana just has a high population of black inmates. Per like it just is what it is. Like you break down the numbers, that's just what it is. I mean, with all the prisons in Louisiana, I don't know, but at least two or three of them gonna have a large population of black men. It's just the way the breakdown is. So I don't know what that look like. I don't know what that mean, but Scale probably right. But my point is, even if they like going to jail, or even if they constantly go to jail, the type of stuff they do are going to be different. So because we're talking about the certain behaviors. So if you looking at okay, if you're hanging out all day, being with your friends, y'all hugged up, smoking and stuff, y'all sitting outside trying to y'all hugged up, smoking and stuff, y'all sitting outside trying to beat the police, that is a thing that specifically happens in prison. So even if YT men are doing the same things in prison, if they're not influencing their counterparts of that, then it doesn't make a difference. They're not being influenced by that. Yeah, they're doing the same thing in prison, but is there a lot of YT men that's hanging outside of their mom and them houses with a whole bunch of their friends smoking and trying to beat the police?
Thing about YT people who be up in that type of business, they be real discreet. You will never know. They handle business and get the fuck back in the prison.
So then that's not influence. Because again, when we talk about influence, we are talking about some of these behaviors. But the thing is, are there, like if you look at the group of these young men that's hanging outside, is it possible that there could be some people hanging with them that are in college and they just on spring break? Yes, that's possible. The influence don't necessarily mean that you got to partake in the criminal activity. Thank y'all. the influence don't mean that you gotta necessarily be partaking in the illegal activity. The influence is you think it's cool to sit around every once in a while hanging with these motherfuckers, riding with them, smoking with them, whatever. Like you're influenced to
Scale
sag
said
your
this,
pants.
nigga.
Huh?
Scale got a job. Scale go to work every single fucking day or whenever he can, right? He take care of his kids. Scale got a homie he was playing video games with in prison.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be the same, man. Like a regular hardworking, like a regular YT man who go to work and stuff like that ain't gonna be friends the YT man who be in jail.
Yeah, hanging with them, thinking it's or even having this conversation where Scales was like, yeah, they really get money in there. Like we believe like it
And
ain't
they really
bad.
do though. No cap, them niggas be eating in that bitch.
But even us having that conversation is embarrassing. Them motherfuckers is losers. Like that's the loser behavior.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying like at the end of the day, like they still get money because like everybody know it's more smooth in there than anything. Like a 3-5 out here with $25-$30 in there, that motherfucker goddamn $100. Like, and they swinging them bitches all day. You done made $600-$700 in a day. Like,
But
and they getting
that
real
don't mean
cash at that.
nothing. All right,
I
so all
mean,
right.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, you still can't debate the fact that they get money. Like, yeah, them niggas stupid, they locked up, but they still get money. I don't co-sign it, because who the fuck want to be behind bars all fucking day? And second of all, who the fuck want to be wearing no women in? Like, I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm just saying because like, all right, they get money and they got all the flavors of fucking oodles and noodles and shit. Like, cause you ain't about to buy no car with your shit. You ain't buy no real estate. You ain't investing shit. You
No,
got
no. Hey, but you really can't. No, real
no,
talk.
but
I'm
them
telling you,
niggas
I know
don't
a few
get
people who don't like they got
no.
businesses
They be
on the
trying.
outside from coming up in there.
But Scale, look at this. And also like to the prompt, I said this. I was telling Mia and Tara and them this today. Why is it in the black community we will raise money for like a family member that's going to prison to get a lawyer or to help them with their bail or whatever the case may be? We raising money for that, but we won't raise money for a kid going to college.
I ain't gonna cap. I agree with that. I fuck with that.
Like, why your family ain't calling around like, oh, little Scale daughter going to college next year. Next year, let's all raise money and help her. In her first year of college, at least we can help her with her food expenses. You know what I'm saying?
And then too, like a lot of people really they don't be understanding. Like, man, it really be making me mad because I really know the recipe. Because like shit can really be so simple. Like even with y'all, like you, Tara, and me. Like say y'all three like really really close, and like all y'all got a little paper. Like some like shit really don't be costing that much. Like building, playing, all that shit be like 20,000. Like bro, if everybody go in 5, 10 bands, like bro, that shit really ain't nothing. And like you end up buying it up all, but motherfuckers just don't do right, and that's the only fucking problem.
Yeah, because that was my point. Because all right, you got money, but money don't mean shit if you a dumb motherfucker. Like, let's be for real. That shit gonna be gone real quick, fast, and hard. Because a lot of times with their money, them niggas trying to be flashy. Ain't no nigga going to jail, getting a bag, then coming out like, damn, that was an investment. I'm good now. Them niggas stupid.
Furthermore, the amount of money that you will make in 5 years is not. You say they get money, but yeah, okay, he hit a lick, and let's just say on the most.
Well, let me
But
let me change that. Majority of niggas ain't getting real money in there, but
no,
I'll say 35% of them niggas like they getting
No,
real
most
money.
of them niggas
no, they
lying. A
not.
lot of them men lying.
Scale.
I'ma
Yeah,
say
you
a
believe
good
that?
5% of
Look,
them.
I'm just telling you what I know for a fact. Well,
Wait, hold
I ain't
on,
gonna
Scale.
speak for
Hold
Them niggas
everybody
be
on.
else.
lying,
Say
Hold on.
Scale.
no, no.
Scale, hold
Look,
on.
I done seen it,
Scale,
and that's all
scale.
I'm gonna
Wait,
say.
hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Which one of them niggas lying to you?
He believed a lie. That's
My eyes can't lie to me, but
No,
I'm gonna
hold
leave
on.
it
but
alone.
what you
I'm gonna leave it
see?
alone.
What you see with your eyes?
I ain't saying that.
No, hold on. Hold on. You want me to believe, because let's say the prison that you're talking about, if you was a guess about how many you think are there, like, because like Angola, for example, houses like 5,000 men. Like,
I
how
ain't
many
gonna count.
men?
I don't know. No.
Like, is it large? Like, is it a large facility?
Yeah, it's pretty good size. Yeah, they be pretty big.
But Scale, let's just say this. You seen your homie. But Scale, let's just say this. You seen your homie. He hit a lick and he made $100,000, and now he gotta go to prison, and he ain't gonna never see that $100,000 again. Let's just say now he only gonna make like 25,000 a year, and that's a lot because he in prison. Okay, over the course of time, over 5 years, you made $100,000 a year going to work, and you made $100,000 consistently, and your paycheck went up. So 1 year you made 100, then you made 125, then you made 150, then you made 130, or like 155, and then like 158. But your homeboy made 100 once, and then he only made 25,000 because at the max, that's what he getting in prison. Like one nigga in prison. What y'all think is money is a huge lick, but over the period of 5 years, that don't amount to nothing. And then let's just say you work at a company that match your 401k. You got investments, you got this, you can do all this other shit. Getting money don't look like that is what I'm trying to say. But hold on,
No, but
before,
then
because hold on, wait,
I,
hold
this
on,
something.
hold on, hold on, because hold on. Dark Horse wanted to go, but taking that out of it, even a man who works at McDonald's is doing better. Ain't nothing either, twin. Just by the way, what? That man Delvin said nothing either. I know, but Dark Horse, I got him. Dark Horse had the question. Even if a man on the street works at McDonald's and make 30,000 a year, he doing better than any man that's in prison. I don't understand when y'all talk about getting money. Y'all cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It don't matter. There is nothing that should make you think it's worth being told to bend over at the waist, hold your ass open, and cough. And they can fuck with you when they do it. Why would you think that's normal? A motherfucker can wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning and tell you that they gotta shake your shit down, tear your shit up, and then be like, oops, you wasn't the one. I don't care what money you make, but go ahead, Dark Horse.
oh my bad.
Question, and y'all can correct me if this is state by state, but I believe that shit, like these transactions through Cash App and these gambling sites to people on the outside is illegal, and I'm hearing about women getting caught up and getting charges for that. Anybody else heard that?
Yeah.
So
I don't know
he
what.
not making
I ain't gonna lie.
he
I
not
ain't
making
heard
money in
that.
prison. He's putting some people on the outside in danger who are helping him with these fucking transactions. And when that shit catch up, the civilian on the outside, and I ain't heard of a man doing it for another man. I only hear women. That's hold on, but that's anecdotal. It could be, but I've been hearing women get caught up in this shit, and now they're pressing charges because that shit is illegal. But that's not right. You already in there doing the time for what the fuck you did. And then getting these women in trouble behind here because you're trying to make some illegal money knowing that it's fucking breaking the rules. Just continuing this fucking cycle. I'm just pissed off. But I know that that's true here. I don't know if it's every state. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe they can be doing that.
No, that it is.
I wouldn't put it past it though.
What?
Like, yeah, it probably is. No, I'm saying like what she just said. I'm pretty sure it's true. Something like somewhere. I haven't never heard
But
that.
when you talked about the men real quick, when you talked about these men, and you talk about, I think, because I was trying to make a point about you saying it's 30%, and I was trying to like really, really like level out like what that would look like for 30% of these men to be pushing this work. You got to understand these motherfuckers is addicted.
What I'm saying is like I'll say 30% of them is getting money. Are all of them niggas smart? No. So are all of them niggas invest in the money the right way so when they do get out? No. So are they just blowing it? Yes. So I'm not saying like niggas go to jail on purpose to come up. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying while they just so happen to be in jail, they actually fuck around find a way to get them a little money. By hustling.
They putting other
I'm
people at
not saying it's right,
they're
but
putting
that's
people
just
at
what the fuck
risk.
going on.
But they're putting people at risk.
You right, but that's what that's what they doing, and they agreeing to it because they want to try to make a couple fucking dollars because they being greedy.
Go, go ahead. Go ahead, Delvin. Go ahead. Go ahead, Delvin. Because I don't call into the prison and be like, hey, what's your picks for tonight's game? I'm not calling into the prison and saying put random ass so and so on the phone. Let me get your picks for tonight or what have you, and then this money gonna be. I'm not doing that. It's the other way around.
No, the men are exploiting. Hold on,
I ain't gonna lie, that's wild.
exploiting. Hold on,
I ain't gonna lie, that's wild.
no, the men are exploiting.
Made it extreme scale so you would understand what me about to explain.
But the men are exploiting their family.
No, I'm saying like that's
Hold on,
funny.
wait, hold on. The men are exploiting their family, and it starts when they are involved in criminal activity and they allow they put their family in danger not only from their ops, but they also put their family in danger with the police kicking their dough in because they made $100,000 on candy. That's one. Then they be hitting these licks and doing all this criminal activity, unaliving people, running around doing this bullshit, being fucking criminals. They will get indicted or they will get arrested, call their family, lie, manipulate their family who love them so that they can use them to put or to get them out of prison when they know they're going to prison because they fucking did it. They put their family in risk. They put them in financial strain, all for them to be lying and doing shit they ain't got no business doing. Then when they get in prison, you talking about this 30% that's moving stuff. Let's talk about the majority of them who are doing strange things for a hit of some bullshit. Let's talk about them and how they're manipulating their family members, lying, talking about they in school or lying, saying that if you don't give me this money right now, I'm gonna be hungry. I ain't gonna be able to eat. How they finesse all these women, whether the women want to or not, that's a whole nother conversation. But how they will manipulate and act like they have to have the money or their life is on the line. All that stuff is things that they're doing from when you start from the beginning all the way to they're doing their bid. So yes, long story short is they're manipulating people. And I just think it's weird that to even frame it like, oh, some of them getting money. Them motherfuckers ain't get to me. They not getting no money. I don't care. I don't care if you say that they making $50,000 a month. Like, bitch, you can't convince me. Ain't no bitch gonna be able to convince me that making $50,000 a month in a motherfucking prison, getting treated like that is worth it. Cause my other question is, then why them motherfuckers always whining and trying to get the Innocence Project involved and get NAACP talking about motherfuckers is doing them wrong? No, you making money.
It's even fucking easier in there. It's already, well, I don't know, because I ain't never been.
But
I don't
scale,
think being behind no fucking bars is fucking
but,
easy or
but
fucking all,
scale,
especially in a small
this
ass field.
scale, the same shit they doing as far as gambling on the inside, they could have done on the outside. That's what I'm saying. Right?
I mean,
They're
look,
not,
I get what y'all saying, but I'm speaking in reality of like what's going on. Like, it's there happening now and they there. So I'm just speaking on, what I've heard going on
all right, but I'm gonna
in
tell you
certain
how the
things.
inside looks the same as the outside. I'm gonna tell you how the inside look the same as the outside. Outside, whatever you were doing because you wanted to make a certain amount of money to have a certain amount of extras in your life, whatever you were wearing, whatever jewelry you got, whatever shoes on your feet, whatever bottles you popping, whatever money you blowing through daily, that's living above your needs. These are your wants you're going for. That's how you got the fuck in there. Now inside, your needs are taken care of, and now you again put yourself and other people at risk for extras inside the fucking jail. The idea, the mindset is the fucking problem. The mindset is, I believe I should be getting that up there even though I'm not earning it, even though it ain't legal, I'm still gonna go for it. And if that's your mindset, you always gonna be broke. That's why when you get locked up, you was decked out in the fly shit. You buying sections every weekend, but when you get locked up, you don't have no money for no lawyer. You ain't got no money for no fucking bail. It's gonna be the same thing inside because your mindset is fucked. It's always this fucking excess, and you spending the money faster than you can fucking get it. That's how if something happened to you and somebody stick you up and rob your stash, you in a hole and you running for your life because you ain't got no fucking savings. You don't have no money. Your shit is to get the most and spend even more that same night you fucking get it. That's the mindset. And that's what I'm saying. That shit is fucking warped, inside or outside. Living way above your means and way more than what you actually need because you convinced yourself that's what you need to look like. That's what people need to see you as when you go outside. You don't need that fucking shit. But until that mindset changes, that's going to be the fucking problem. You're going to be easy to get got outside and easy to get got inside.
Yeah, it's that risk that go along with it, and it's interesting because whoever told you they had money, that's the bitch who ain't got it. Cause like, why the fuck you showing that off? Somebody could have snitched on your dumb ass. But not only that, it's like, all right, you in prison, you ain't got no living expenses, you ain't got to pay for shit, whatever. You got it, whatever. But they come out and they can't earn that money. That's the thing. Unless they like in some candy selling shit real big on the outside, but a lot of times they can't keep that shit up. So what? Guess what he want to do? He want to go back because he was the man in there. He was the man. He had all this shit. Look what I got in my room. Look at my shit. So of course, like it's a fucking setup. That motherfucker end up right back in there.
Yeah, it's weird because I get what you're saying because I know what they do up in there. But what I'm saying is even having this conversation where you frame it as they getting money, it still puts this light in it, and it just proves that how prison influences the community because it makes it seem like the shit that shouldn't be cool or the shit that shouldn't even be acceptable is acceptable. But hold on, go ahead, Delvin, and then Tareen. Go ahead, Delvin.
I'm not saying it's right, but it's a lot of stuff goes on in jail. Like, and these kids these days, they're not learning it from jail. They learning it from the streets. I mean, it's not nothing. It's not nothing for them. So that's not that's what they doing to make money. They robbing, breaking in cars, breaking in houses, because they looking at the fast life, the listen to the songs, the people on the internet.
You sneaking on
eh,
you sneaking on the phone?
He in a cell right now.
No,
He locked up right
no,
now. Delvin came up here at the count.
no, no, baby, I ain't in no
No,
jail
you
now. Come on
low.
now.
You low, sir.
Come on, Delvin. Speak up, Delvin. Look, your celly, he ain't gonna say nothing. Go ahead. Speak up.
Man, if I was in prison, I wouldn't give a damn about no selling. Pri- Prison, them folks are making a lot of money in prison.
Delvin.
What? What the? You can't? You still can't hear me?
Get your hand off the mic.
No.
Are you on your Bluetooth? If you on Bluetooth, disconnect from it, bro.
Yeah, you sound muffled.
You sound like you in a prison cell.
You still can't hear me?
No, it's even worse.
Worse now. What the hell?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on then.
Well, hold on. You take it off your Bluetooth, Delvin. Damn.
We're dropping. Come back real quick. Thank y'all for the gifts.
Hold on. Go ahead, Serene, while Delvin trying to get his technical difficulties. Then boss man. Go ahead, Serene. Hold on, Delvin. Just go on mute until you can figure that out. Go ahead, Serene. I know, Lady Q, I got some new stickers. Y'all put the stickers in the chat. Go ahead, Serene. And then boss man.
What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome stuff. Hope y'all feeling good tonight. But I was gonna say, them niggas is not getting money in prison. Here's the deal. It's very easy to make it seem like you have a lot going on when everybody around you has nothing. A short story. So I had a friend that was locked up. This was years ago. He was in Petersburg. And the thing that he said to me was, he said, I got everything that you got on the outside, just in smaller portions. So when it comes to like the food and the snacks, time, he was in there getting tatted up, all that stuff. When everyone has everything taken away from them and they don't have anything, they're not growing, they're not changing their mindsets, it's getting worse. They think that they're winning while they're in there, and they do the same things inside of there, just can't do it as freely as out here. And then even when he was in a halfway house before he got out, on the little hours that he would get like on a Saturday or a Sunday to come out, transition into the outside, he was just doing the same shit, just had more freedom to do it. And then when he finally got out, got back in the streets and did the exact same thing, got locked back up again. Them niggas is not getting money. The little money they get from working is like $1 an hour, like $20-$30 a month. If everybody's getting $15 a month, $20 a month just to get some phone calls and just to get some food, yeah, it does seem like you got a lot of money when you got $50 and they're not getting money. Stop letting these niggas trick y'all and stop glorifying and making it seem like they in there winning or something. All of them are still bums. They just eat more noodles than everybody else.
He talking about Serene. He talking about like the illegal stuff they be doing, because they do be doing illegal stuff. I mean,
I'm talking about work release,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
everybody
that's
work
what I'm
I
saying.
think he was
They're not getting
comparing.
real money. They're getting enough money. They can't do nothing with it while they're in there. All they doing is getting unlimited phone calls and unlimited commissary, but they're not.
right.
They can't do nothing with it at all.
Or even if they
But that's what I was saying. Let's just say they make $100,000 from like doing the illegal stuff that they doing. A man outside can make $100,000 too, but it ain't gonna seem like $100,000 because he got bills and shit like that. But the man in jail can't spend it. What you say?
They ain't making that much. You know how, like, first of all, the candy
I know
they
they're not
selling.
making that much. I'm just exaggerating the numbers.
I know. But when they be selling candy, sometimes the fiends be coming up short, and then they exchange like sexual favors and stuff. Like everybody don't be having it. What they sell, like cigarettes and stuff. Like, no, you getting more ass and a little bit more cash. That's it.
that's where the violence happened. But
Yeah,
go
it's
go
rare that
yeah.
any of them have any kind of real kind of money. It's very rare.
But either way you put it, even if they like,
I
illegal,
literally said a small
I,
percentage though. That's why I
no,
don't
we
even
not.
know why we
That's not.
ran.
No, we not hung up on the small percentage. We're talking about the fact, even if it was 1%, the fact that they be bragging, because you didn't have to tell us. They get on social media and they tell it. Scales, you ain't telling us nothing we don't know. Men in
Hey, but look,
prison.
who be gifting the motherfuckers on TikTok?
But this the thing. Hold on. This the thing. I'ma say it again. Prison culture influences black men, but the caveat is if it influences black men and black people date each other, and you grow up with this micro version of prison that's on the streets, where in your community you see men behaving certain type of ways and this is just a normal thing, and then they go to prison and that's just a normal thing, josing or writing a man or holding down a man or getting in NAACP involved, going to court, arguing with the police, battling all these battles. If that's a normal thing for you to deal with the black man, then you think it's normal. You become not, I wouldn't say attracted, it's a part of it. You don't even see a criminal, you see a man. You don't like a man that's standing in front of you who's doing 20 years for unaliving somebody. You don't even see that. You literally see just a black man that could be no different than anybody else. So the women who are attracted, as y'all like to say, to these inmates, it's because it's a part of the culture. Going to prison is a rite of passage for a lot of men. So if that is a part of the culture, it's like a normal thing to deal with somebody who is a felon or done been to prison, whatever you want to call it. Then of course when they see these men who, like you said, they getting it. They got it up in there. They got you said, they getting it. They got it up in there. They got the phone, they on live. They look healthy. Some of them are attractive. Yeah, these women, it's par for the course. It's normalized to date a prisoner.
I do think it's a small majority of those people who like normalize it though, because I think it's like a lot of smart, BLK men and women. So, like, yeah, people, glorify, but I don't think majority of black people are glorifying it. 'Cause you got a lot of people from the hood that grew up in the hood, and then it inspired them to get the fuck away. They go to the military, they go to college. Most some go to the
But they still
NFL and shit.
victimize, but even those people still victimize these criminals. My point is that we have made it a part of it. We have made it seem like a person would do like, for example, with those escapees, you got motherfuckers talking about like they're not like don't assume, don't let the media know. The media need to tell us the truth. Them motherfuckers need to be in jail, and we need to be worried. But you got people like, oh my, like, no, like, don't judge them like that, like they're not monsters. Like, why are they painting them as no, them motherfuckers monsters. Like, why are we?
I was gonna say them motherfuckers.
No, but
Had
no.
about 10 bodies.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Men get out of prison, they go on Vlad, they get on these interviews, they get to talking about redemption, and then they get to bragging about all the shit they did before and all the shit they did while they was in. And we're like, oh, that's normal. Like, oh, like, you just don't understand. Like, it wasn't his fault. Like, his dad unalived in 2000. So since 2002, he's been a menace to society, but it's not his fault. It's the system. We are literally, like, we literally act like it's a rite of passage, not only to go to prison, but if you have no choice but to harm people that look like you. Like, we make that shit normal. Like, yeah, of course he's a criminal. Like, who wouldn't be a criminal if they had to eat noodles when they was 5? Like, who wouldn't unalive 10 people? Who wouldn't break somebody? Like, are you saying, of course he's a candy dealer? Like, what else he gonna do? How else is he gonna be like Rockefeller if he don't start selling candy and stick your grandma up? Like, how dare you not get the NAACP involved to help this brother get out of prison, even though he unalived 10 people? They can't prove it though. That's not fair until they can prove it. If they can't prove it, he didn't do it. We know he did. You can't leave him at your house. Like, why do we have this affection towards these fucking menaces? That's my problem. Hold on. Go ahead, boss man. I know you want to say something.
Yeah, may I speak now?
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Okay, I've been listening to y'all for a little minute now, and I've been to prison before. I went to prison when I was 18. I did 5 years. I got out when I was 23. A lot of stuff I'm hearing y'all saying, that ain't what it is.
Hold on 1 second before you finish. Hold on. And y'all, I got this because I want to go somewhere. You know I knew you was going to say that.
Say what?
You know I knew that you was going to say that we're not telling the truth. Y'all always, every single time, y'all former inmates come up here and we talk about the things that happen within the criminal justice system, y'all always say we're exaggerating it. Now, are we not telling the truth? So I want you to tell us and be honest, and it better not be semantics. It better, you better tell us a whole nother experience that we ain't touch on. Because y'all always say that, but go ahead. I'm going to let you talk.
I just wanted to speak on what I heard y'all talking about.
Which point?
I'm finna start with the name. Terrain. Niggas really getting money in prison. I'm not glorifying prison at all. That's not the place to be. Actually, I got a little non-profit organization that I try to guide the
New
youth.
topic.
But Tareem, motherfucker definitely get money in prison.
Okay, so now that you
Not
so you
everybody.
gotta stick with that. Hold on. We got it. Okay, so Tareem said they not. You said they getting money. What it look like?
I mean, I seen millionaire in prison.
Okay, so
I done met a
so
millionaire
what?
in prison.
Okay, so millionaires in prison. How often? How many millionaires? Was it one?
I met one, and he been in prison for like 30 years. But since he
Okay,
been in prison, he on the outside now. I mean, all his money on the outside, but he got his own trucking company. He got like 10 trucks. You know, he
okay,
got a
so
construction company.
okay, so hold on. Okay, that's one person. So we still right. It ain't no real money getting had in there. Got it. And the craziest thing is, he a millionaire. Why the fuck all his peers suffering?
I mean, I took care of my daughter from prison for 5 years.
No, fuck that. Cause y'all always say that.
Financially.
Hold on, we get it. Y'all be upstanding fathers. You're not a good father because you took care of your daughter financially, whatever that means. But answer me this: he a millionaire behind them walls, motherfucker.
Yeah, he got life.
Hold on, he got life.
Yeah.
I bet at the prison you went to, he complained about, or if he didn't complain, he was around motherfuckers who complained about the what was going on with them, whether it was other officers, them not having no food, them not having enough food, the food not being good.
This was the number 3 worst prison in the country.
Okay, so he a millionaire, he couldn't help his folks out?
What you mean?
Couldn't get no law papers written up, couldn't get no movements done, couldn't get no accountability had on the staff that was there, couldn't get no outside lawyers to do a class action lawsuit. He couldn't get no better food in there. He couldn't feed folks. He couldn't put money on folks' books. He couldn't do shit. He was just a millionaire with 10 trucks, getting dogged
Yeah,
out.
more than that. I'm not sure where y'all from, but this was in Mississippi, and Mississippi is the most corrupt state in the country. So it's hard for anybody to do anything.
Y'all believe anything men tell you.
Hold on. Not in Mississippi. You ain't talking about Mississippi. That motherfucker ain't got no money, because why the fuck would he live in that environment? Why the fuck wouldn't he get himself moved? Why the fuck wouldn't he help make shit shake? You mean to tell me he couldn't pay for a lawyer? He's a millionaire but can't pay for a lawyer?
If you got life, you got life.
No, you don't have
he
to.
He done been to court. He took his time. This man been doing time since the 70s.
No, sir. I know you from Mississippi. You a fast talker, but I'm a faster talker. Slow the fuck down. I don't care if he doing 10 lives. If he gonna be in prison, he can still make moves in there to prevent him from being treated inhumane.
Who said he was being treated inhumane though?
Okay, you got it. So what's the other thing you heard? You got it, rich man.
I ain't rich.
Okay,
I'm far from rich.
Okay.
But I made money in prison myself. I got out and I took that and I did my thing with it. And now I'm making legit money.
No, boss man, you said that it was lies. So you called out Tareem on the lie. We done unpacked that. You lying. So what's the other thing you said?
I didn't say it was lies. I said it's not all true. I never said nobody was lying. Terror. I know y'all done heard a lot of prison stories, but like I said, I did 5 years. I never seen that one gay activity go on. The whole 5 years I was in. I'm not saying it's not no.
Now hold up. Can I respond? So you was doing gay activity. What you talking about? But hold up.
Nah, y'all ain't even never been there. So how you gonna speak on it?
Sir, you in the worst state, the most corrupt state, but you ain't see nothing. Got it. All right.
No, listen. It's gay people in there, but I said I never seen no gay activities going on. Because the other people in there that's not gay, they not going for that.
Sir.
If it's anything like that going on, they finna get them out of there.
Fine, because now you keep on making yourself seem guilty. We got it. You ain't never get caught. Go ahead, Tara.
I just want to validate you, Mia, for talking about how they monsters. Because what the fuck you had to do in the prison to get money?
You said what?
What was you doing in the prison to get money? You was getting so much fucking money. Tell us how you was an upstanding citizen getting your shit
Who
together.
said I was getting so much? When did I say that?
You say you made
Y'all
money
on
in the
here just
prison.
talking. Y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking
Sir,
about.
you said it. You ain't making no money working that damn job. You was getting
What
money.
job?
Nigga, you stupid. You acting dumb.
He
Y'all on here
Make
just
money
talking.
in prison. How did you make money in prison to take care of your daughter? What did you do?
There's a couple ways you can make money in prison.
Okay,
You can
tell us about it.
especially with the
Allegedly.
cell phones and stuff.
Okay, allegedly, how
Contraband. It's
would
a
you
lot
make
of
this money?
contraband in prison. It's a
So
lot of
you had,
contraband in prison.
so how'd you get the contraband? Or how would a person get contraband? Allegedly.
It's several ways to get contraband in prison. The officers
Okay.
bring it in. Um,
so
More than
y'all working
likely,
with
is
the
it a
people.
male or a female
So,
officer?
so wait, before we go there,
either one.
so hold on. So y'all working with the people?
It ain't like that. It ain't like what
No,
you think.
no,
The
it's
people
always
working with
hold
us.
on,
The
no. It's always interesting when y'all talk this big shit and y'all want to act so hard. That's why I was telling Raheem earlier. This idea that you supposed to have this disdain for the motherfucking police, but these motherfuckers don't. Not you working with the people. Not you working with the people.
He said the people working with them. How the people working with
Okay.
y'all and they the one who got access to everything? Motherfucker, you in the cell. What are you talking about? They the one making the moves.
Yeah, no, Alan Cass said it. Yeah, they even poison their people in jail. The people, the very peers that they suffering with, the ones who in there with them, their peers, they poison them too. They don't give a fuck. They work with the people to poison them. Let's keep this understood. They work with the motherfucking people to poison their people. It got to be a sickness. And he talking about he ain't seen nobody get bent. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you ain't see nothing.
Because he was
That's because he
closing
was the
his
one doing the
eyes.
bending.
He
Of course
heard
he ain't
it.
see it.
He
He
heard
see
the
when he
he
being bent
heard it.
over.
Like Tareem said, he closed his eyes. That nigga heard it
They
though.
not the places in Mississippi is not like the East Coast because I've learned that the East Coast is unique. It's more like they be two-man cells on the East Coast. In Mississippi, it's a motherfucking dormitory style. Motherfuckers is arm lengths from each other. And he ain't never seen nothing. He ain't never heard nothing. He don't know nothing. He don't know nothing
listen
but about getting
in
money.
Mississippi. Listen, in Mississippi prisons, it's probably like 20 different prisons in Mississippi. It's like 5 state prisons. That's the big ones. Listen, the COs, the officers, they don't run nothing. The organization run the prison. Do you hear me? And they live by laws and rules. And that gay stuff that don't go on. And those, I ain't saying it don't go on, but not publicly. Like I say, I did 5 years. I had never seen no gay stuff going on, no homosexual activity.
So
I'm
how
not
y'all
saying
have
they wasn't
access to
in
So
there.
why
women?
would you
I'm
say
not
you
saying
said
they
this
wasn't
time?
in there,
So how
but
y'all have access
they
to
knew their
women?
boundaries.
So how y'all have
You said
access to
what?
women? How y'all having access to women?
What you mean?
Are you getting access to women?
Guards, yeah.
How?
What you mean? Listen, these guards making $14, $15 an hour. If I tell one of these guards, listen, I got you $2,000 to bring me this. You think they not finna bring that? Okay.
Women. How they gonna bring
You
a woman in jail?
the guards fucking the inmates.
All of the guard sleeping with every single inmate. It's one guard you
No, not
bossing
every single
around.
inmate.
Y'all always say the guard, shut up. Y'all be doing each
Hold
other.
on, hold 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 on, hold
Oh,
on. Wait a minute, wait a
crazy.
minute. So you can verify. You know for sure a guard was fucking an inmate because you seen
Yeah.
that one. So you gonna say yes to that, but you can't verify that a man was fucking a man. So where are these private hotel suites in the fucking prison? People going to fuck behind closed doors.
Ain't no private hotel suite. Y'all don't understand how the system work. Y'all on here just talking.
No,
Y'all
so
don't know
so
what
no.
system work. Y'all on here just talking.
No,
Y'all don't know what
no, hold
y'all ain't even
on,
talking about what
hold
the
on,
topic is.
hold
If the
on,
guard is
hold
Y'all
taking
talking
on,
about
somebody,
hold on,
if the guard
hold
is
on.
taking somebody somewhere to fuck,
No, hold on. There we understand that there is female officers who may sleep with inmates. We seen that it's done been exposed, it's done been talked about, and there are they've exposed some of them. Depending on what state you are, they'll talk about it. We not saying that, but what we're saying is that you have this weird understanding, or you think that we don't, or you're talking to us like we don't get what goes on, and we know what's happening. There's being contraband being brought in, believe that. Payments being made, believe that. Some officers, some men are having access to some of the officers, believe that. The inmates are the ones who running stuff. I could believe that. The conditions are poor, can believe that. I could believe that. But I also know for a fact that there is a lot of GAY activities going on, and whether you're got your digital camcorder watching it or not, you know for a fact that's what it is. Because men in prison are messy. They talk. Y'all run y'all mouth. Y'all tell God on Jesus. So for you to act like we ain't never seen, you might didn't see it. If you not into that, you probably wouldn't see it. But for you to get up here and be like, we don't know what we talking about, like, I'm sure it happened, but it don't happen. No, that shit is common. Cause the motherfuckers you talking about who like, oh, got this cold, them be the main ones who fucking. The main ones who fucking. You want me to believe nobody got rolled up for getting caught? There's never been inmates that got rolled up or tickets or whatever y'all call them for getting caught doing something sexual, even if it was something sexually deviant, like trying to jack off on a officer. You telling me y'all didn't get rolled up for that? That's not a thing that happened, like gunning. That didn't happen at your prison.
Yeah, jacking off on the officer, that's common.
Okay, so that's common. So you want me to believe I got that right, but it's not right that a lot of GAY
I
activities happening.
I never said
Want
it
the
never
men on the
happened. I said
outside
I
who never
never
been
seen
to
it happen.
know. They don't want their
I don't know
homeboys to
what
know they
folks
got a
sneak off and
code.
do,
Nah,
but I
he
said
lying.
it be boundaries. You know, if you
Nah.
GAY, you know one thing. If you the only GAY person in this whole dorm, you is not finna outstep your boundary because these niggas would kill you in here for that
No,
shit.
no, they won't. They'll be lining up and trying to serve
Stay
your
on the
ass.
live. Stay on the
Yeah,
live.
no, no.
Stay on the live. Stay on the
Yeah,
live.
no, no, no. Yeah, no. They lining up to take you out on dates and make you their girl. You a
Hey,
goddamn lie.
I ain't
But
never been there.
hold on, 30. You ain't never been.
I ain't never
So
been.
small tells how they conquered a female guard, and oh, I
Look,
was
how
getting it
y'all
from the
know
female
this?
guard because we know people who work there and who tell like
But
they
we
act like
saying
the
we know
people.
people that's
I
there.
lived
So
there
what's
for
the
Yeah,
five years.
difference?
That's
of
what I'm
course,
saying.
your
Y'all know more
homeboy.
than me, but y'all ain't
Hold
never been
Not
there.
on,
only
Make that
hold
that,
make sense.
on,
shit.
hold on, hold on. Why would your homeboy tell you that his cellmate became his soulmate? Why would your homeboy tell you that?
Said this.
Why would your homeboy
What?
tell you that his cellmate is his soulmate?
And hold on. Lynn made a point. Hold on. If Lynn say she knows somebody who worked in a prison, and y'all say y'all know somebody who was housed in a prison, and y'all saying it's even Steven, no, it's not. Men are not going to admit that they were subjected to the horrors that they are subjected to in prison. That's why this man came up here talking about you don't know what you're talking about. It ain't like that, and he's painting this hyper masculine. Hold on, y'all got to mute.
But
So I can
but
feel myself.
but
Hold on.
but to be fair, the woman ain't just gonna come out.
No, it's not to be fair because y'all don't want to listen to what I'm saying. There, a woman or man who works at a prison don't have nothing to lie about. The only thing they would have to lie about is two things: if they was fucking getting fucked or bringing contraband in. But that don't have nothing to do with the whole population. They can simply tell you that, yeah, people got caught doing this. Yeah, people was doing that. People was doing this. Yeah, I seen this. Yeah, they get treated like this. They wouldn't have no reason to lie about that. The only thing they would have to lie about is, did they bring something in? They could just say, no, I never brought nothing in. I just quit because it wasn't enough money. That's what they can say. But let me tell you another reason why I quit. They was pulling on me. You know how many times I had to catch somebody doing something strange. Catch somebody doing something strange. Like they wouldn't have to lie about that stuff. But the men that's incarcerated do have to lie. And the point I was trying to make is the men that's incarcerated who come out, they're constantly trying to paint this macho, hyper masculine environment to fit the narrative about men. Because the reality is they're in there getting treated like fucking animals and getting fucked like dogs.
I believe
Hold
you.
up,
I'm just
real quick.
saying. They
Scale,
could have
hold
got
up.
their ass beat and lied.
Scale. Calm down, Scale. And I know 30 was next, but Prima, you been listening to the conversation? You said you worked in the prison.
I really just came into a conversation, so I'm kind of trying to figure out what.
So he's saying, this man claiming that wasn't no sexual activity between men going on, and they saying that homeboy saying it don't happen in the prison. Everybody having sex with the guards.
That's not true.
And he said they don't
Let
see
her-
it. He even say it didn't happen.
Finish. Let her finish.
No, that's not true.
Y'all be trying to be fun.
No, hold on, Prima. He said that it don't happen that much. Like it's like he ain't never seen it. He ain't never heard. If there's one GAY man in the dorm, he had to keep his mouth shut. Like it ain't that big of a deal. He didn't say every inmate is fucking a guard, but he's saying that there is the access they have to women is through the guards. Like they get a lot of access through the guards. But he's saying there's no GAY activity going on.
And he said a GAY
so
man gonna get jumped or beat up if they know that he GAY.
I didn't say that. I said if he tries some funny stuff with somebody who not GAY, then he gonna get the
we
beat.
got it.
And I never said it never happens. I said I never said.
Okay, we got it. Go ahead, Prima.
I mean, I'm gonna say the act maybe they have never seen it, but we'll be delusional to sit up here and act like they didn't know of men that were sleeping with each other. Because if the guards know that, and y'all know that too, y'all live in the population with these men, y'all know they're fucking each other. Let's stop playing. No, not everybody is sleeping with a guard because of course there is more inmates than there are guards. But they all try to, of course. It's very limited access to women, and we know from outside that men are not very sexually disciplined. So, with very limited access to women, a lot of them will turn to doing other things. I mean, I've seen men that are really girly on the pound and have boyfriends, or not even really girly, but have boyfriends on the pound, and then you go to visitation and you see in that visitation they had a whole baby mama or a wife or girlfriend coming in there with their small children, and they are the most masculine men ever, and then they get back on the pound and they have a boyfriend. So a lot of these men definitely do lead different lives in there.
And what about the contraband, right? Because they're having this conversation like, oh, there's a lot of men getting money, all this type of stuff. What about that part of it?
Okay, they ain't lying. I'll say that they not lying. Honestly and truly, it's a lot of men in there making way more money than men that's outside walking around on the streets. It's actually real crazy to think about it. But yes, because of the contraband, it's a whole system. You know, it goes through the kitchen and then it goes.
That part. I wanted you to finish. That's not the pushback I was having.
Mm-hmm.
It's not it's not a high percentage. That can't be.
It is. I ain't
What
gonna
when you
hold
say
you.
high percentage? Hold on, because how is it?
I would
And
say
it could be the facility you at. I ain't gonna say it ain't.
it
But how
might
can
be,
it
but
be?
the
How can
reason
it be
why I'm gonna say that
50%?
it's a
Hold
high
on, hear what I'm saying. How could it be a high percentage? What's a high percentage to y'all? Because maybe that's where the disconnect is. What's a high percent to you?
I can't. That's subjective. I can't really
Like
just.
10%,
I
like
can't really just give you a
10%,
percentage.
20%.
I can't really just give you a percentage. I'm going to explain to you that
Okay, go ahead.
there is a system. You know, it's just like outside. Everything takes working hands, right? So there's a system, and it's not just one guy manning this whole thing. It's like a whole operation of it going through 10, 15, 20, 30 guys. So everybody got a piece of the pot. So that's how it works. That's why it's a high percentage. Like, of course, it's only one person that's initially gonna get it, and then it's gonna travel. It's just like being out on the streets, and you got the plug that initially gets everything, and then they kind of distribute it throughout. It's the same thing in there.
Okay, so
It's the same thing in there.
I'm trying.
when you say, because you say making more money than people on the outside, let me tell you why that's weird to me. Because then what are they doing with the money?
What are they doing with the money?
Yeah.
Ain't no telling. Probably the same things they was doing before. A lot of them, they taking care of women that's on the outside, families that's on the outside, stuff like that. Usually that's what's going on. You got the very few that have their families stack it away for them, so for whenever they get out. But most of them are taking care of some people that are outside. They're holding on to girlfriends and stuff like that, and that's how they got to do it whenever they in there.
And what
If 5K on somebody once a year is not taking care, like even a nigga making 35K in prison in 1 year, it's the same. Like, do you realize that a nigga can make 35K out of prison? Like,
no, she
these
said
niggas get
she said
money. They make
I'm not saying
35K.
that. 35K is nothing. I'm not saying that. I deal with men that make
So
well
you
over
saying these
35K.
men making
That's not no joke.
100 to 500K in
Man, let
prison?
me tell let me tell you something. I mean, if you brought me up here to negate everything I'm saying, then it is what it is. But however, everything that's on the outside that costs a little bit costs a lot more in there. That's
Who's
That's
why
what I was
purchasing
trying to
it?
that's
tell
that's
y'all.
why look,
Everything be like,
either you want
Hold
me to if
on.
you want me to talk to you about it or you don't.
I'm asking you questions.
But
Who's
you're
purchasing
asking me with a certain tone.
Mia, who's purchasing the stuff in prison? Who's purchasing it?
The inmates are purchasing it. They're calling
Okay.
the ones that are not making any money. They calling multiple people from home to send the money, and they're spending their money on rugs and cigarettes and stuff like that. That's what they're
And
doing.
watches and phones. You know how much a G
hold
Shock
on,
costs in them?
Thank you.
hold on.
Let
So
me
no, so hold on,
so
hold on, Prima. So no, so what the clarity is this? Because when we having this conversation, because I know for a fact that a phone that's that phone a phone that's $100 out here could be $1,000, $1,500 in there. I get
yes,
that. It could be it could be like a regular a flip phone might be $1,000. A
$1,000.
smartphone could be 1,500. A damn iPhone
A pack of
2,000.
cigarettes is $1,000.
I get it. So hear what I'm saying. And we know that there are some outside people working with, so people got to get their money break. When you say it's a lot of money, because we know that in prison, if they don't have nothing else going on, $35,000 is a lot of money. So we were just trying to get clarity on what you meant. My other thing is, I'm not denying that they're getting quote unquote money in prison. I'm not denying that.
You
I'm
just said they wasn't though.
no,
That's what y'all asked me, so that's what I answered.
no,
That's all I.
hold
You
on.
just said they wasn't.
Let
No,
her
that's not what
finish.
I said, boss man. Mr. Get Fuck a Lot. That's not
Oh
what I
Lord.
said. I never said that. I'm saying, in my opinion, they're not getting. It's not worth it. It's
Hey,
not
you got
money
me
for them.
fucked up with that gay shit now.
No,
I
no, you
came
got
on here to
yourself fucked
discuss
up.
the
Like
prison
it's
culture
not
and
my fault. It's not my
hey, I
fault
feel sorry for
that
whoever
your
your
ass
man
is
is. I
sore
swear to
and your
God I
throat
do.
sore. It's not
I
my
feel sorry
fault.
for whoever your man is.
No, I feel sorry for your man. I feel sorry for your man that you came out with a fucking swampy asshole.
I'm
Sorry to
crying.
your man. But what I'm saying is, because the men that was up here, the image is that there's this abundance of money. I know that there's men who's getting money. I know that there's officers who's working with these men and
Hell
getting money.
yeah.
I know that.
hmm
But what I'm saying is the way you put it puts it in this light, like they really doing something. The reality is they're playing within this system and it's not going nowhere. Because if they get caught, what happens? And unless you're saying that they not gonna get caught
I'm not
because they're
saying that.
working with the officers.
I never said that. They
No, I know. I'm just asking. I'm like asking unless I'm like, because I was saying it. I'm not saying that you're saying this. You know how you be talking. You like, well, wait a minute. Well, maybe it could be this. That's what I was saying. I was like, well, unless you're like unless it's possible that there is some stuff that's happening where certain people who won't always get the money. Like it might be a lifer who working with a fucking warden. I don't know.
hmm
But do you get what we saying? It's like when you say it's money, what type of money you talking about? That's what we was really pushing back on with them guys is that they was
That is subjective. It's
okay.
subjective. Just like in here, a lot of things that is the same out here is the same inside. So it's subjective. Some of them a certain amount would be a lot of money, and so some of them it's not. Some of them got money. You know, especially in like the feds and stuff like that. Some of them got money, like in real life, that they worked for, that they didn't commit crimes for. So they got money. But it just depends. It depends on the person. Some people not making that much money in there. Some people getting a little bit and getting by. It just depends. Some people don't have much of a support system on the outside. So whenever they in there, they overcompensate in other ways so that they can survive.
I guess for me, and this
Mean
is
by overcompensate.
hold on.
By
This just
doing illegal things inside because they don't have much of a support system outside to send them money for, especially over like how many people do you think that have somebody that's going to still be sending them money after they've been gone 5 years?
No, a limited amount. Probably they mama or they baby mama.
Exactly. And even then, they baby mama within 5 years, 9 times out of 10, she ain't really helping him that much anymore.
Yeah, true.
So like they start to get creative and find other ways to make money. Like my mom went to prison whenever I was a kid, and she used to pay these other girls to do scrapbooks and stuff like that for her to send me. So like people get creative whenever they go.
no. So that's what I'm saying. Like we know all about the thing. We ain't hung up on none of that. The hustles. I know people that make candy. First of all, Premium, they post stuff on social media. These inmates going live. It's an inmate that live right now. Talking about all the stuff they got. So I know that they can make candy. I know they be ironing clothes. I know you got some of them who learn how to sew stuff and they stitch stuff up for folks. I get all that. What I'm saying is that there is no way that it could be a large amount of inmates who making like a significant amount of money because it's too many that's hooked on candy. It's too many that don't have shit. They don't have nothing. So I'm like, if it's 50%, or even if you say 40,
It's not 50%. There's not a large amount, but it's not like, but it's still it's a decent amount. But like, it's definitely not half the inmates like that's doing really
that
good.
dude said 30%, and I'm like, that's extremely high. 30% is high.
Good. That's doing like really good in there.
Yeah.
It's probably only like 10%. It's doing like really, really good, and then it's probably like another maybe another 30 that's got their little hustles that's doing all right. And
Right. Okay.
The rest of them probably ain't doing like they ain't really got too much going on. They just
That's what we was asking you earlier. It was because when you came in, you was like, yeah, they really get money. We was like, hold on. We not saying ain't somebody else getting money. We done seen we get it. Because all of them come out and say they was, all men that get out of prison say that they was making money, sending money home and taking care of their kids, fucking officers, eating good, and doing what the fuck they want to do.
No,
GAY.
I
It
mean,
can't be all of them. It can't be all of
It's not
them.
everybody, because I'm gonna put it this way. You're gonna know if they one of those from how they jump back out here. If they jump back out here and they good and everything's straight, they get a place immediately, they got a car immediately, they doing good immediately, then you can take their word for it. But if they get out and they like starting from rock bottom, then they wasn't getting no money. Eating good, I mean, you'll know from like the ones that get the care meals and stuff like that. That's definitely not half the town that's going and getting the $30 meals that they do once a week. It's not half the town for sure.
And can I say something right quick? Because I've been
realistically,
waiting to talk. From what I know of, because like my biological father was locked up, so I used to visit him a lot. And from what I know of, right, he kind of was the opposite of what your mama was, Primo. Like, I watched my grandmama put her house up twice and literally send money to him. You know what I mean? Like, damn near every month. You get what I'm saying? And when he came out, you know, he was on some bum type shit. You know what I mean? Like, and she had it set up for him, but he messed that all the way up.
Yeah,
So
a lot of them do.
yeah, you know what I mean. Like my grandmama went to the grave, bro. My grandmama and grandfather, because they were married. He come from a married home, you know, with sisters that never been to prison and all that. And my grandma and grandpa, they literally, you know, they put it all up for him before he went to prison. Like, you know, they took care of us. He didn't take care of us. They took care of him and us as far as
No,
me.
that wasn't the opposite of my mom. That is what was going on. I had a decent savings as a child, like and my savings was depleted
But you know what he did though? You know what he did when my grandma and grandpa passed away? Because they left him a lump sum of money. This nigga, he back in jail right now. My grandma and grandpa passed away 2 years ago, right? I had to go to Chicago for the funeral. Well, for the memorial, because we do a memorial for him. He was out then. This nigga locked back up.
Yeah, the rate at which they go back is 80% within the next 10 years.
All right, yeah, he back locked up right now, right? I had looked him up. My grandma and grandpa left this nigga 25 grand, right? They didn't even want it. My grandma didn't even have to do that because first of all, the way he did my grandma, you know what I'm saying? Because I stay down south. They up north. The way he did my grandma, he was supposed to be like a caretaker. Nigga was stealing her cars and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? He was just on some real bum type shit. I never, you know what I'm saying, fuck with him like that. But the way he did my grandma and grandpa before they left was horrible, right? And they still had him in the will and left him some money, right? He wasn't supposed to receive that money. He was supposed to give it to me and my sister. Now, we didn't need it because we got life insurance out on him anyway. But it's just a simple fact you was supposed to do the right thing with your money. This nigga blew it all on drugs, on dope. You know what I'm saying? Like he literally wasted everybody's time. Everybody's, you know what I'm saying?
Real, everybody wasted their own time.
It was a waste of every fucking thing.
Because I ain't gonna lie, some people you gotta learn when to wash your hands and let them learn their lesson.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why, honestly and truly, that's why he is the way that he is, because your family is enablers. And they rescue him every time that he gets in trouble.
Exactly.
So
and that's what my aunties. That's why my aunties was on my grandma and grandpa hard on his ass. Like they're like, hey, like it was like, look, stop sending Sean money. He mentioned, stop sending Sean money. You keep sending Sean money, Sean is going to be doing the same shit.
I'm gonna tell you something. Once somebody is I get everybody on the outside looking in. You know, they think, oh, my family that went to prison and I want to be there for them and everything like that. I'm going to be real with you. A prisoner has no loyalty to anybody, okay? Once they are in there, they are in survival mode and they are very, very selfish. Yep. They will call one family member and say, nobody is helping me. I need money. And then they will call another family member and by the time they done reach between 7 family members, they up. They do this on a regular. They play all of y'all, whenever y'all here, they play the hell out of y'all. Because
Prima, because hold on, because I want to let Gaslight go. But you know what's look, this was frustrating, Prima. Because that's what I said. What you just said is what I said. And they was arguing, talking about all these ballers. The commissary, the amount of money that folks send to inmates does not add up to this mass amount or this large amount of inmates who making money that's sending money home. It's to the states and feds make so much money off of family members paying for every little thing that you're talking about, being manipulated, however you put it. That when we said that earlier, and I'm just like tripping because I said that, and it's like I was feeling like I didn't know what I was talking about. I know for a fact that I know what I'm talking about, and I know every state different. You might be in an area that's different from the area that I'm familiar with. I know for a fact it ain't no law. It maybe 10% is pushing it of men that's actually incarcerated that's quote unquote doing things. 10% is and I'm talking about 10% across all the prisons, not no one prison. 10% of all the prisons in the area that I'm in, maybe 10% of all of them combined, motherfuckers is doing something. Generally speaking, the community is funding the prison industrial complex for lawyers, court fees, all that stuff. But you just proved my point. Thank you. But hold on, let Gaslight go real quick. Go ahead, Gaslight.
Hey Mia, how you doing?
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Hey, blessed and highly favored.
Amen.
Yeah. So 10% sounds about right. Like realistically, economics is economics no matter where you are. And this applies to everything. So if you look at our economic system outside of the prison, you have the 10% who are, doing very well. Then you got the rest of the people. If you look at organized crime, top 10% doing very well, then you have everybody else. An economical system is an economical system is an economical system. So even in prison, you're not going to have 50% of the people doing very well. It's just not good for economics. You need that hierarchical system so that people have something to thrive for. Because if 50% of the people doing good and, they're not putting in a ton of work, is like, anybody can achieve that. Nobody would be incentivized to do it. So you keep that structure, even in the prison system, so that it gives people something to look forward to, something to strive for. So realistically, you're not going to have a shit ton of people doing very well anywhere in any systems where economics exists.
Yep, that's a fact.
No, you absolutely right. And the thing that's interesting to me is like my prompt says prison culture influences black men. And here we are having a conversation that's not talking about the influences and what they look like and how hip hop music and all these different things. We're having a conversation about we're arguing because we were arguing. We were having it was contention between some of us up here
I think they're gone.
about how if they making money or not. So when I say that the way men and black men will defend this prison lifestyle to the point where they want to argue about that there is some comforts in there, where we having these conversations where it's like they getting money though, they still in there getting money though. That means it's deep. Like this idea of us having a former inmate who want to get up here and talk about the fact he ain't never seen no GAY shit, but then he want to brag about him still taking care of his daughter on the outside instead of him coming up here talking about how fucking traumatizing it was to be in prison. He didn't say one time he was traumatized. That bitch was comfortable. That bitch was happy.
A lot of them are comfortable.
Pretty.
A lot of them are very comfortable in there, actually. It's in there. They make it to where like it's very similar. They make it as comfortable as possible, and it's very similar to the outside. There ain't really much things that they don't. Even though the ways that they go about doing it's interesting, but like it ain't really much things that they're doing out here that the prisoners aren't in there finding a way to do.
That's the other point we was making, where it's like the outside when it comes to like black men in our society have like normalized prison culture so much that like it's become like a rite of passage where like, all right, if you go to prison, you can be comfortable because it ain't much different from how you was living back home.
It depends on like what system they in, because like if they're in the feds is actually really comfortable. But if they're in like state, then a lot of those are not. It just depends on where they at for real. Because in the feds, that's you know, that's spoon fed prison. They go and it's really comfortable. They get to have everything. I honestly, it was more uncomfortable to be a CO than it was for the prisoners. They got to do whatever the hell they wanted for the most part. They got the TV. They got we couldn't even read books. We were legally not even supposed to be in there reading a book.
Y'all
But
wasn't supposed to read books.
well, hold
No.
on. When
You
you
gotta
say
keep your
comfortable,
eyes peeled.
you said what?
He questioned about not being able to read books. I mean, if you're reading a book, you ain't paying attention to the
Yep.
inmates.
You're
Yeah.
supposed to be watching them
So,
24/7.
Prima, when you say that they was comfortable and like they got to do whatever they want, this the part that we missing out. Like we can't be vague about it. They're comfortable with being told what to do, how to do it. They're comfortable with being in an environment where it's almost unlivable. They're comfortable with being around men all day, farting, smoking, playing with themselves. They're comfortable with men disrespecting and degrading and traumatizing and victimizing women. They like the men totally accept each other pulling their privates out and assaulting women. They think that's normal. They don't think that's a problem. They're comfortable with that. They don't think them being
Yeah, that's
locked
not
up.
true. They
Hold on,
unalive
hold on.
anybody that
No,
put
they
their
do
hands on
not.
women.
No, they do not.
I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be real. There is a lot of them that are comfortable, but I will play devil's advocate, and I will say that whenever that has happened to me, which that has happened to me, the ones that did it, they got a hurting. Like because if you put
Yeah, they hold men accountable.
I'll finish.
let me finish. Because if you put them in the box, like in there, it's really a lot that they don't do about it. Because even the system, they don't take it as seriously. They feel like you're a woman. This a men's prison. You got to deal with it, right? So like if they go to the box, it's gonna say they're supposed to be in there for 30 days, but they'll probably do 3 days in the box or something like that. So most of the time, what's done is it's like street justice, and they get like jumped by the other inmates for doing things. And a lot of times it's not just because of the principle of the fact that they did it, but all of the inmates want a good standing with a female officer. Not just because of them wanting to sleep with her, but maybe them wanting to get her to do things for them. So they will all try to prove their loyalty to her by anybody disrespecting her or doing something to her. They will all band together and they will whoop somebody's ass.
Okay, well that's not every prison. I'm gonna go ahead and say Prima because I don't know where you at, but that's
How do
not
you know? Hey, that's just hearsay.
that's not every prison. So I'm not sure what area you're in, but there is not a certain prisons unless the men feel disrespected. It is normalized, and they might front like it's not normal. But when you hear men talk about it, they will justify why a man will pull his private out or why a man will be
No,
looking
they
for
will.
a woman.
They will. I've heard
Take
it.
it off.
They will
So
justify it, just like they do out here. They justify it. So they
okay,
will find ways to justify it. They'll say, "Oh, these men is in prison. They've been in here for a long time. What you expect? You a girl?" Like, yeah, they make those statements as well.
But can I say this? You're right. Some niggas though they become creative when they go to prison. Like the niggas who be cooking on the toilet, it's pretty nasty. But niggas who be like making whole meals on the toilet and stuff,
Ain't
and
no shit else to do. They just cooking.
becoming culture and tattooing. They learning how to tattoo motherfuckers and shit. Like the motherfuckers become a little creative. You know
Oh,
what I
you should
mean?
see how they make alcohol. It is the most.
Yeah, I heard about that too. So it's disgusting. But like they're doing all of these things that they could be applying outside.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of weird take I get from it.
And
but
they learn a lot of things that they could apply outside. And whenever they get outside, it's like they forgot all of the skills that they learned while they were in there, and they don't put it to use, and then they end up right back in there.
Mr. Fats couldn't wait to get off the mic. So what you know about prison? What
Why this
much
nigga?
time you did?
Why this nigga got his? This nigga lame as
That's funny.
hell.
That's funny. That's funny. So this is what I want to say, that men hold other men accountable. Anytime you
He
hear,
jacking off of that
anytime when you
arm. That's
hear
his jack up. Look, you need to
any
slow
any
down, sir. Slow down.
anytime,
Show us your
okay,
hands. Show us your hands.
anytime you hear somebody talks about prison and they assault or rape a woman, those guys get unalived. But if it's the other way around, if rape a woman, those guys get unalived. But if it's the other way around, if women are hurting children, you don't hear nothing about those women being checked by other
I
All
hear
women.
that.
right, all right.
So
You
I'm
got to
gonna say,
derail from the whole
That's
conversation.
not true, Mr. Facts. That's not true.
No, he
Because
wanna.
hold on, if
He
you're
wanna start
let
talking
me,
about
but
women.
let me do this. Let me do this. If you,
I'm saying
I
that you
imagine.
talk
Hold on.
about
I
prison, but
imagine.
we are the
Hold on, Mr. Facts. I imagine that you have been in there, so you know. Yes, there are men that do get sodomized and everything like that for doing things like that. But we are going to
I've
be
never been to
hold
prison,
on, hold
never
on.
in my life.
Okay, well. So I have worked there, so I do know what's going on. And like I said, uh, just because you hear that is what that these people are going to be in prison and nobody's going to accept them and everything like that, that is false. That is bullshit. Usually they will ban to some type of gang or religious organization for protection. And a lot of the times, these things do not happen to them like you think
Yep.
they happen. I know a guy specifically that became a Muslim in there, and he when he was 17, he raped his 6-year-old nephew. Nothing has happened to him. Everybody knows what's done to, but nobody can touch him because of the organization that he is part of.
Well, I'm
So,
waiting.
so
That's crazy.
usually
Crazy.
that's what they usually do.
And I want to say this. Y'all know this new
This is
case,
the
right?
thing.
Hold up.
This
Let me
new.
say
There
something.
is.
Facts. Hold up. Let me say this.
All right.
Y'all know that new case with that girl, Sade Robinson, right? Well, that YT guy, right, that did that to her, he will be accepted among, because it's a ritual, like almost like a ritual for a YT supremacist gang. You know what I mean? In prison to unalive a black person, they can be accepted into that gang just for that. And I won't be surprised if he's under protection as soon as he hit the prison. Though. You get what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, that sounds believable. A lot,
Yeah, no,
I mean, of
they
course,
put
there's
they
politics in
hold on.
prison, so yeah, he might be protected, but
just
that's
like
not the
Dylan
norm.
Roof got
They
protected by the
That's
strategically
white
just an
supremacy
exception
gang.
to the rule.
it's not an exception because
What she's talking
this
about.
happens in every prison. Every prison has gangs and organizations. This happens
So,
in
ma'am,
every
you've been to every
this happens
prison.
in
Shut
every single
up.
prison. Okay, regardless, damn, I don't even know what the hell he said because I
But
was
why
trying to
he?
listen.
But have you? I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Fact. If you ain't been to prison, did you work there?
I get around. I've been all over this country. I do a lot of work with different people. I have a few programs that I start, but I'm not. It's not about me and what
That
I'm
nigga
doing.
been
But
in jail.
let's just know. Let's just say I know all about it because I help reform and rehabilitate these guys.
They
I'm a
So
mentor to many
strategically
people. But this is totally separate from my whole platform on here. I don't even want to get
Right.
I will
into it, but
say that
I know everything about it. Let's put it like that. I
Yeah, because your
know.
ass was there. Shut up.
I will say
I'd
that
like
they
to say
No, I
something.
wasn't.
strategically.
I was. No, no, I've never been to prison.
Shut the
No,
fuck
I don't even have a record. What are you
I will
talking
say
about?
that they strategically they place certain types of men in charges together so that certain things don't happen. So two of my dorms they were primarily composed of
Yes.
rapists and
Be careful with
pedophiles
women.
and everything like that. They put them all together. So that's why they're usually finding. Actually, if I'm being honest, those dorms were treated the best out of everyone because they had very little behavior problems. So
They never give trouble. They always well
yep,
behaved. That's how they
they
get
have
over on people.
they have very little behavior problems. So they get the TV more. They get all the extra stuff a little bit more because they don't really give anybody a problem.
But Gaslight want to say something. Go ahead, Gaslight. Then Boss Man came back up here.
Yeah. You said that you're doing something to help them, and reality is, as pretty much mentioned earlier, 80% recidivism rate. There is no reintegration for these niggas. There is no helping them. Most of them will be going back. So whatever efforts you're putting forth, um, redirect that shit. Also, most of them aren't getting taken out. They're not getting taken out of jail because it's too many niggas with free Javante Darius until it's backwards. Like these niggas are wearing these same shirts. It's never R.I.P. to my nigga and Cell Block D. It's always free my nigga till it's my nigga free. So ain't nothing happening to them in prison for real.
Nope. They okay.
Some of them are closed minded. None of them actually has been out the country. And so yeah, they're closed off. They're isolated within their own mind. They don't know. They're not taught introspection. And so yeah, that's why what our culture needs to. There has to be a whole complete revamp in our culture because like even when I was in Thailand for 3 years, because I studied the martial arts.
Nigga, shut up.
I don't know shit.
And
God, you annoying.
why are you disrespecting me on this panel? I don't get it. Why are you so triggered?
Hold on. Go
I'm
ahead.
done. I don't have time, ladies. I have things I have to do. So
All right, go ahead and finish. I know you all. You done. Go ahead and finish. I know you all. You done got.
I really.
You got 5 of your fingers up your ass talking to us.
You do the same shit every time.
Every time. Go. He done finished. Now he done with us. He done did what he came to do. He done finished. Got that shit off. Now he wanna play with us. Go ahead, boss man.
Y'all gonna let me talk this time?
You talk
Yeah.
last time.
Was you in here? Hold on. Was you listening? Because we came full circle to Primum, making the point that we was making. Was you in here listening, or did you go off somewhere?
Nah, I was watching the whole time.
Okay, well now go ahead and speak. We ain't gonna bother you. Go ahead.
What y'all want to know?
We want to know what you think, motherfucker. What?
I came to talk about the prison culture influences on black men. That's what I came to talk about.
That's what we're here to talk about. So
That's what I came to talk about.
well, get the rapping in.
All right, let me rap. I don't feel like the prison culture influences the black man. It's the things that's going on the streets that lead to prison. Is the most influence that's going on. Cause like I said, I went to prison when I was 18 for armed robbery. But in those 5 years I taught myself how to become a man. I learned as much as I could, in which I did indulge in a lot of the bull stuff that go on in there, just because I'm young, hot headed, you know what I'm saying? But I'm also a smart man. Like I say, I'm 30 now. I've been out 7 years. I got my own trucking company. I got 2 trucks, if you want to call that a company. But it's what you make it. The recidivism is high. In my state, it's 95%. So it's 5% that's not gonna go back. 95 that probably will. I'm glad so far I'm part of that
So you
5%.
the 5%. You're 5%.
Yeah, cause I'm not no dumb person. I'm a smart man. Even back then when I was 18, when I did what I did, I knew better. I was raised better. But like I say, the
Why
influence
you always
from the
want to tell
streets.
your fucking redemption story? Don't nobody give a shit.
He's
What
talking
she in here for?
no, we talk rough over here. You used to it. Them guards in Mississippi in them counties, I'm sure they talk rougher than us. You're used to it. This ain't.
Yeah,
But
but I'm here to have a
I know.
I'm
So
here to
that's what
have
I'm saying.
a decent conversation about
Okay, so let's have
what the
it. Cause
topic was.
I got
That's
you.
why I clicked on the page.
That's what I'm talking about. You supporting a black woman. Shout out to you. But this the thing. When you said that it's the street life that's the influence. When we talk about because we play this clip and we talking about and you see this man up here sagging. How did that get into the culture, like the way people dress on the outside?
Now they say that did start in prison back in like the
Okay.
60s or the
Exactly.
70s. That's
Exactly.
how to let a punk know that well, I don't know the right words to say on here.
It's okay.
'Cause
Hold
I ain't
on.
just
We
no.
don't gotta drag. We know we don't gotta drag it. But you said the 60s or the 70s.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. What's a punk?
You know what a punk is.
No. Because he said don't know GAY activity be going on. That's why I was
Oh,
asking.
he said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said I didn't say it. I said I never seen it. That's what I said.
Hmm.
Y'all taking words and y'all just making y'all own
But it's
whatever
okay.
in your
Okay,
head.
so we got it. All right. So let's not. So you said like the 60s or the 70s. So
Yeah,
if that was the influence that we see to this day from the 60s, 70s, let's even push. Let's say it started in the 50s.
but listen. People don't sag in prison.
Hold on.
They
I
sag on the
don't
streets.
Yes,
don't
they do.
don't 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 move my point. I don't care about. I don't care if it still go on in prison. Now this ain't the point. If you say in the 50s, 60s, or 70s that they was sagging their pants in prison to let motherfuckers know what time it was, and then we see on the outside people sagging even to this day, that's the influence. So is it possible that there's other influences that are more subtle that we don't think about that could have been influenced from prison culture when men went into prison in 1955, got out in 1975, and started coming into the community? Or when men go to prison in the 80s, come out in the 90s, or men who go to prison in the 90s come out in the 2000s. Is it possible that this influx of men that's going in and out of prison and coming into the community, that they could be bringing certain things that they did in prison home?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's where the influence comes from. That's what we're talking about. So when you
Yeah, but listen. This how I feel about that. Ain't even young niggas or whatever. They ain't just walking around be like, oh, let's go to prison, let's go to prison. The streets, what they doing in the streets is what leads them to prison.
Okay, let me ask you this, because why do y'all do that? Why do criminals always say, I didn't want to go to
I,
jail? You
I'm
think
not a criminal, man.
you, sir, I'm not talking about you specifically, but
Okay.
people who commit crimes and convicted of them will say, I didn't want to go to jail. Well, shit, fire. Uh, of course she didn't want to go to jail. What the fuck are you telling me that for? But you did everything to go to jail. So
Right.
On
why?
the streets.
So hey,
Yeah,
we
but
ain't worried.
still, that's like people that are having smecks unprotected, saying, "Oh, I didn't know I was gonna get pregnant. I didn't know I was gonna get her pregnant. I didn't want a baby." No, you literally set yourself up for it. So how you gonna say, "Oh, I'm so surprised that this happened"? No, you're
And
not.
why? And my thing is, why is it even relevant? Okay, you ain't want to go to prison, but you're doing everything to go to prison, and you went to prison. The point is, like with the picture on here, what's the difference? Why are they hanging out outside with Uzis and Goozies? Why are they hanging outside?
Why are they hanging outside?
Yeah, doing with smoking, having weapons, being felons, knowing that the police come through and stop and fuck with them, that it might cause some trouble. Why are they doing that?
They don't know no better. And even if they do know better, they ain't trying to. They don't
And
love themselves enough
where
to
else
want to
do they do
change.
that at? Where else do they do that at? Where else are they smoking and trying to beat the police? Is that happening with inside the prison? Are they trying to sneak around the system, circumvent the system? Is that possible that they hanging around passing mouth to mouth? Cause that's something weird that y'all do. Y'all don't want to kiss, but y'all will show lick on a blunt and pass it to somebody.
Chill out, bro.
Y'all might as well kiss.
Nah, bro. Like you talk about shit
She
well,
talk crazy.
women smoke together too. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
women
No,
women don't have a problem with
no,
kissing
we're
each
openly
other.
gay.
Right. Women don't have a problem with
Y'all
kissing.
making it
Y'all
seem like, bro, don't you know family? Bro, I kiss my brother on the cheek if I want to, bro. Like family does stuff like that. And when it's nothing wrong with showing affection to your family and not in
Let me
no
play this
weird
clip.
way.
Hold on, y'all. Let me play this clip. This shit was funny, but it's real. Hold on. Oh. What's up with that? They running from the police.
I'm gonna tell you something, right? I get what you're saying. I watched this episode. I get exactly what Dante Kyle said. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, right? If we didn't have the system that we have on the streets, a lot of these brothers wouldn't be going to jail. A lot of these brothers could take advantage of going easy access to college, easy access to getting trades, doing things of that sort, you know. So it kind of does start from the street. I'm not saying the prison don't influence it, because I get
No,
what you
that's
mean.
the point. No, you missing the whole point that was made. If sagging your pants
Yeah,
started in a fucking prison,
yeah.
is it possible that other shit that started in the prison is impacting the fucking culture? Why do y'all want to say that it started in the streets, we just clean the streets or whatever? Why don't y'all understand that in the black community, a lot of black men make up the largest fucking population per capita in the fucking prison?
No, we
And
don't.
that's a fucking
Why
fact.
TP? Why
Hold on,
TP?
no, per capita. Here's the thing. Yet, at the same time, y'all don't think that all that outside of prison, everybody going to fucking prison, not impacting the fucking neighborhood? Y'all don't think niggas come home with that mentality? You think that, oh, he went to prison, he got out, he just an upstanding citizen? Like, no, y'all don't go to therapy, y'all don't talk about shit. Y'all just say, no, it's all good now. I did my time, I'm coming. No, you were in a fucking cage. You got treated like an animal, and you all fucked up. And y'all take that back to the fucking community. And when somebody pointed out, it's like y'all want to fight everything. A fact is a fact.
Mm.
And then y'all teach that shit to the next fucking generation. That's the whole motherfucking point. Y'all, these motherfucking predators in the fucking community go find dudes like you and your fucking friends. Try to like, oh, this you gotta do, get money, blah 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 blah. And them motherfuckers end up in the same fucking place. But it seems so fucking normal. Y'all done made going to prison a fucking rite of passage.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That is definitely true. Nigga don't even respect you if you ain't got no stripes.
And
When
then
you,
Boss Man came up here, and not one time has he talked about like the despair of it, like how fucking miserable it was, the disrespect, the devaluing that happened. But I bet you, Prima, when you was in there, how many times, because you a black woman, how many times have them motherfuckers came to you trying to whine and complain about the racist cops, the racist COs, and how fucked up the system is, and woe is them? They was complaining, whining
Yeah,
to you.
they're always complaining and whining about everything.
But Boss Man did 5 years at 18. He ain't said one time how fucked up it is, how messed
You
up it
really never
is.
gave me the chance to get to that part.
That's
Every
the
time I
first
get
thing
to
you should
talking, you
have
cut me off.
said. Go ahead, go off.
hey, hold
Let
up.
him
Before he
know.
go off, I gotta say something. A lot of times too, though, y'all got me thinking now. Terry, my mind just fucking opened up, and it's crazy how deep the rabbit hole goes. That's why a lot of these motherfuckers come out turned out, and they sissies. And so now you got these people coming out from prison, and they're joining the LGBTQ, and they
No,
they
they DL.
they DL, or they turning into girls. You know, them
No,
motherfuckers.
no,
They
no.
they usually say DL actually.
Huh?
They
No,
usually
they
say
DL.
because
No,
they
what I'm
they
saying is
No,
they
they
don't.
hyper.
No,
No,
listen.
listen. No, they hyper masculated. They're not going to be openly. No, that's not what's happening. They're
I'm talking
DL.
about them too, and I'm talking about the motherfuckers who put on wigs.
No, because now
not
you
those are
now you lean into homophobia. You want some other
No,
shit.
it's true though.
those,
All of that shit is true.
but those are not generally those people. Go find the stats and then bring it back, bring your information back, cite your sources, and then we can listen to that. But like that's not generally like what's going on.
I'm not saying that. I'm not.
Hold on. They're usually getting out and they're going back to even when they were in there and they were sissies in there, even when they were whole girls in there, when they get out and they act like they're men. I'm a man. I just got out of prison. Like that's usually what they do. They don't.
But some niggas don't go to prison trying to be girls. Then they come out, they trying to be girls. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Don't.
No,
Don't
Dirty, you
we
on some other
can't
shit.
derail. We can't derail off that. We're not about to go back and forth about that part. At the end of the day, whoever you know that's been to prison 30, they did some fucking in there. That's what you didn't know, and it wasn't with no women. But go ahead, boss man.
What you want to hear? The spare part.
Yeah, why you didn't talk about that out the gate?
Because you every time I get to talking, you cut me off.
Okay.
But I go ahead with it now. Yeah, them the worst years of my life. I I seen a lot of shit that it probably did mess me up mentally, but I'm a mentally strong type person, so I never let it get to me. I just utilize what happened in there, what I went through in there, to make me a better man. And when I got out, I took all that pain and struggle and all that, and I turned it into something.
So was it
But
with
yeah,
the peers or like
I mean the peers, the officers, just the situation at hand. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Parchman.
I, I was gonna say that, but I didn't know you wanted to say it. I thought I was the first thing I was gonna say was you at Parchment, but I did
Yeah,
not want to say it because I didn't think you wanted to be doxxed.
I
And now
was in the
I know,
worst building in Parchman, and guess
I
what?
know
They
what I'm
treat you
talking.
like
Wait, hold on,
dogs.
boss man. Boss man, hear me out. I knew it was probably Parchment, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Now I double know. I don't know why y'all gaslighting me. I know exactly what I'm talking about with Parchment. But go ahead.
They treat you like dogs. You know what I'm saying? The buildings, the dorms, they are not fit to live in. I wouldn't even put a salamander in that joint. Like I seen a nigga get killed over two hot dogs with no buns. Real talk. It's like it's crucial in there because you ain't got nothing in there. Ain't nothing
Yeah,
for
I ain't
real.
gonna hold you. How they be saying, our tax dollar is going. Yeah, we do pay for those people to survive, but most of that stuff, that shit ain't even making it to the
Get
prison,
what? The
or it ain't,
building should be
or it's
condemned.
not even making it.
Every
Even
three
if it's
months they have an
even if
inspector
it's
walking
making
around.
it,
They
even
paying them off.
bro,
'Cause ain't no way they
even if
passing
it's
them
making
bills.
it to the prison, like a lot of those resources, them prisoners ain't even receiving them.
Yeah,
Like
the high ups in the government, they taking all that money and ain't sending it where it's supposed to go.
Dude, that just got locked up, just got out of prison with his wife. T dude,
Yeah, it's bad.
it's a shame it's a shame how they treating the
I'm into shit like
black people in
everybody know what
prison,
y'all
black
talking
Americans.
about.
I
But
ain't
that's
gonna
what
hold you. I'm sorry, Tara. You want to go first?
I just want to say. That's the whole point. Like when y'all talking about they getting money, it ain't that bad or whatever. Like
No, it's that
when
bad.
y'all do that, when y'all downplay how fucked up the prison is, one, you teaching the ones that's outside of prison, well, it ain't that motherfucking bad. And two, why the fuck y'all ain't doing nothing about it? Like y'all not being honest enough about what the fuck is going on in there. And then y'all like, yeah, you going to deal with some shit. And you talking about some truck company, whatever. Y'all don't organize nothing. Y'all leave the prison, all right, it was whatever, and then that's it.
I'll say that, and then Blossom can go. I'll say that I play devil's advocate, and when you are working in there, a lot of times, and it sound bad, but you gotta treat them like shit. You ain't got no choice. You don't have no choice because if you treat them like they human beings, then they gonna think that they can step all over you. They gonna think that you're a duck. They think
But
that
at the
they can
end of the
get you.
day, are they
They,
not still human
I'm
beings?
talking. I'm
Oh, let her
talking. I'm
finish.
talking. They gonna think that you're a duck. They gonna think that they can get you to do some shit. They gonna feel entirely too comfortable with you and have them people raising an eye at you. Especially me as a woman and being black in there. We already looked at like, oh yeah, you here to do some shit you ain't got no business. So I went in there thinking like, because of the fact that I didn't have family members in the chain gang and shit like that, I'ma treat these people like they got some sense as long as they treat me with sense. No, you can't. You can't. They be too comfortable. You can't. You gotta treat them like you got an attitude every time they look at you.
And
I had
hold on, 30, because Blossom gotta go. But boss man, I don't know why you would even interrupt to be like, but aren't they still human? Do they think they're human? Don't do that. Because you know exactly how those men are, and you know she absolutely right. She cannot be nice to them. And you know it. because you privy to the conversation. I hate when y'all do that. Like y'all been lying all day. The lying gotta stop. But go ahead, Blossom. You can respond at the Blossom. Go ahead, Blossom.
Thank you, darling. I agree with everything Missy just said. I wasn't looking at the screen, so I can't remember your name. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, when you commit a crime, you just got to serve the time. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I just don't see what is what's the word? I just don't see what's attractive about a prison person. A person who committed a crime, and no matter what, they are always going to continuously commit a crime over and over and over and over again. Who the hell wants to be going back and forth talking to somebody behind a plastic screen? Who wants to do that? I mean, some people do, but I just couldn't do that. But at the end of the day, I'm not saying that everybody is, guilty. Some people are not, it sucks. But at the end of the day, majority of the men who go to prison actually do the crime, and they actually admit to doing the crime. So I don't understand what we're really supposed to celebrate. As far as I'm concerned, when you commit a crime against a human being that is horrendous, you should go under the prison. I really don't have no sympathy for you. I don't care what you eat. I don't care what support you get. Because if they're gonna let you back out into the world, as far as I'm concerned, you either deserve to be shot down or taken back to prison. That's just the two choices that you
Whoa,
have.
whoa, whoa! You can't say that,
Because at the end
and
of
you can't
the
say
day,
that. And I'm gonna say this: that same thing can be applied to a women's
can
prison.
I
Once you
finish?
say that about
Can
women,
I finish? Can I finish?
I don't like your
Can
standpoint
I
because
finish?
you sure can, but I don't like your
Okay, thank
standpoint.
you
And I'll be
very much.
responding to
Thank
that.
you very much. Thank you very much. At the end of the day, whether you are a man or a woman, whatever crime you have committed, because I'm not biased, it's not a one-sided world that we live in. There's both men and women that live in the world. Yeah, whether they decide to change their gender, it is what it is. Once you commit a crime, you've got to serve the time. And at the end of the day, if you don't serve the time, I think it's unfair to the victim. It just sucks, right? When you see men get more leniency than they really should be getting, because when they abuse women, beat them upside their head, make them black and blue, they get all the sympathy in the world. You can put a restraining order on them and they still are able to do what the hell they needed to do, and the judge will still say, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna give him some leniency. At the end of the day, no matter what you do, right? You've only got yourself in this world, whether you're a man or a woman. So you've got to protect yourself. You've got to make sure you've got whatever tool you've got to protect yourself, because the law is not doing it. Yeah. The public ain't doing it because nobody wants to step in, because they're like, oh, I don't know if I should step in, because I don't know if I step in, I might end up getting, damaged, or I might end up getting injured, damaged, or I might end up getting injured, whatever. You've got to protect yourself. The only person that's got you at the end of the day is you. No man has got you, no husband has got you, no pastor, no preacher, no teacher, nobody have got you apart from you. Your parents don't even got you because they're not there. They're not with you 24/7. It's just you. So you just got to protect yourself, because the world is a cruel place. Whether men are there, whether they're not there, whether animals are there, whether they're not there, somebody is there. Something is there to just piss you off and to make your life a living hell. That's why they're called angel and the devil, So, that's just my opinion.
All right, Blossom.
I want to say something, right? Contrary to popular belief in here right now, right? At least I've never been to prison, but I've been to county jail a couple times. Now I didn't do anything crazy. I just got caught with, items I wasn't supposed to have. That's neither here or there. So I understand the inhumane conditions just from the standpoint of going to county jail. So I feel like, well, this is what I know, right? A lot of people forget the fact that we as a people, we don't have enough grace with black men. And from what I've been seeing, right, you give, not you personally, most around the spectrum, they give more grace to a black woman going to jail than they'll give grace to a black man going to jail. And then they will automatically make this man an enemy and throw every black man in that box and warp us all in and say, shit,
Why
if
you
he
lying,
did,
30?
hold up, let me
Thirty,
finish.
can I ask you a question?
Hold up, let me finish.
I
Y'all,
haven't seen that shit.
let me finish.
No,
Y'all get
speed it
y'all.
up because you lying.
No, I'm
So
not lying.
speed
I'm
it
telling the
up.
truth, and y'all
No,
know
you're
it.
not. But go ahead.
Okay, y'all will sit up. Now I gotta say y'all. Y'all will sit up this motherfucker and warp every black man, right? And not even them innocent black men gotta look at themselves as they are enemies now. So like, oh shit, I guess I'm just like them other niggas that went to prison. I'm just like them. You know what I mean? Like nobody has any individualism when it comes to black men in the Black American community. And Blossom, you are not Black American, so you must be speaking from a position of a Black Jamaican. I'm assuming that flag is standpoint of a woman dealing with those people in Jamaica, them going to prison.
I 30. Let me
I
hold
don't like
on
this
real quick,
narrative being pushed. I
Hold
don't
on,
like this
30.
narrative being pushed that
30. Let me ask you a question so you can wrap it in there. On visiting day, right? When the families and the partners and stuff come, who do you think has more visitors? The men in prison or the women in prison?
I think if the women have children on the outside or they have family just like the black man has family, I think for a fact that they both have the same amount of visitors.
That's
No,
bullshit.
that's not true. And the second thing I want to say, right? Do you know how many women are in prison because of men, but not the other way around?
A
You
lot of
don't
men
think
in
it's men in prison because of
a lot
women?
of men in prison. A lot of men in prison because of women too.
No,
Hold
men
on
in
now.
prison because of
Hold
that
on
ego.
now.
Let me
You know
say
how
something.
you
Let
know
me
how
say
many
something
women
real
Hold
quick.
on,
lied on
boss
men
Let me
man.
say something
saying
real quick.
they got raped and
Let
stuff
me
now?
say something real quick, boss man. At the end of the day, 30, that was a horrible take because
It's the truth.
y'all get more grace as black men than black women ever do. Even in the household, it's always boys will be boys. Y'all can do these things. How y'all act in public, the things that y'all do, they always chump it up to y'all just being boys. And black women, we have a very strict program. We can't do anything. We can't partake in rugs like y'all. We can't be toting istles. We can't be doing none of the same shit that y'all do. Or
Yes,
because
you can. You choose
because
not to.
shut
Interrupt
up.
her.
You
Because
can.
we're
Let her
shut
finish.
up. Shut up.
Stop.
Okay.
Don't be rude.
Shut up.
Don't
No,
don't
I'm
don't
gonna be
tell me
rude
to
You're
shut
because
just
up.
you're
being
being
rude
You
fucking
tell
because
me
you
to
rude.
didn't
be
want nobody
quiet.
You're
talking to
You
you
being
don't
all
tell
I'm
me to
going to
shut
tell
up.
you
rude.
shut the fuck up. That's
30,
what
you
I'm gonna
being
do.
No,
rude.
see, you're not
Yes,
gonna be
that's what I'm
rude. You're
that's
not
what
gonna
I'm
do
going to
that.
do.
Now
That's what I'm going to do because
you
don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you.
don't be with all that
I didn't
sassiness now.
interrupt you, so shut the fuck up. I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, but now you're
I
cursing
didn't
at me and you're
interrupt you.
being belligerent.
No, because I've asked you to be quiet before and
No,
you
you
are
never said be
steady. Yes,
quiet. You just told me
No,
to shut
30.
up.
Hold on.
You're
Hold
Let me
on.
being
say shut up.
30,
belligerent.
30. Why do you want to be able to argue back and forth and
I'm not
disrespect her?
arguing. I don't
No,
like
you're
nobody
disrespecting
disrespecting me.
her because when you were talking, me and Tara both hushed, and I shouldn't have to hush on my fucking panel. She was quiet. She asked you. You keep on talking,
She
and
said
when
shut up, bro.
yeah, after you kept
She
on
said shut
interrupting
up. You
her.
don't talk to me like that.
No, well, she did. She did. She
Okay.
did.
Okay. All right. She's being belligerent. So
Okay, and you
whatever.
are too. Let her go. Go ahead,
Belligerent.
Prima.
And also, that's not the Jamaican flag either.
Like I said, y'all get way more grace as BLK men, and just like what Tara said, we all know that in the prison system, that men typically do not stand by women. Women do not get male visitors like that. Women get more visitors from like their parents or their children if they have children. Men will have multiple women
family.
that come and see them all the time. So let's stop that. We don't get grace as women because we got two things against us. We got being a woman, and then we got being black against us. So let's cut it out. We are double oppressed citizens, and y'all saying that y'all don't get no grace. They chump everything up to y'all just being boys, like y'all ain't supposed to be grown ass men. So stop it.
It's funny. Y'all say y'all don't give each other grace, but shit, y'all just gave her grace after disrespecting me.
You disrespected me
I
first.
don't get.
You
I
disrespected her.
just want to let you know
No,
that
you
these
disrespected
are
her.
equal. I give her
You
equality.
disrespected her.
I didn't curse her out.
No,
I
you
didn't curse her out.
interrupted her.
You
That's
disrespected me.
disrespectful. You disrespected her first. She
Okay.
asked you. You disrespected her. After you told everybody to be quiet when you talk, and me and Tara complied when
Did
we
I
didn't
tell y'all to
have
shut
to.
the fuck up?
It
That's
don't
that.
matter.
That's
It
that
doesn't
All right.
misogyny.
didn't
All
say
it
That's the
is.
that.
little grace that
That's
y'all
that
give each other.
misogynistic mindset of I'm a man and I can lead any
No,
conversation,
it
and
doesn't. I've been quiet this whole
I
time.
deserve to not be interrupted. But yet, because you're a woman, you don't mean anything. You can be interrupted.
That's a wild take.
I was quiet the entire time that you were just
No.
talking. But whenever, and you didn't just interrupt me when Blossom was talking. You interrupted her too. You steady interrupting everybody, and you think you deserve respect that you're not giving. I don't care if you don't like how harsh I said it to you. You don't
Okay.
deserve for me to
Okay.
say it to you nicely.
So we
And
cool.
the problem with
So we
some of you
cool.
niggas
So we.
is that y'all
Oh yeah.
have to be talked to like dogs for y'all to understand what the
And
fuck
that's
somebody's saying.
why you're not a CO anymore,
I
because
don't
you only
care.
go over
I'm not.
people.
I
And
can
that's
go
the
back
reason
to.
you
I
are
can go back
abusing.
whenever
You
I
are
want
literally
to.
probably in there
I can
abusing
go
men.
back whenever I feel
Yeah,
like
you
it,
want to go
honey.
back and be evil.
I can
So
go
the
back
problem is
whenever
with
I
people
feel
like
like
you,
it.
right?
I
You
can
want
go
to
back
go to
whenever
you
I
want to
feel.
go work at these
How about
prisons,
you go and
and
you
you
let
want
me
to
know
take
what prison
advantage
you're
of
at?
these men,
How about
and you
you
want to feel
go and you let
empowered
me?
Hold
because
on.
you
Let me
don't have the power.
I
hold
don't
on,
give a
hold on,
damn.
Prima. Let me address that real quick. Hold on, 30. The thing is, a lot of you men can't work in the first of all, y'all can't work in the prison and be the good officers. You trying to critique her for not being.
I
Y'all
ain't talking about
scared.
being good. I'm
Y'all
talking about a
no,
disrespectful
no,
person.
let me finish because this you being disrespectful. I'm talking. Y'all are scared as fuck to go in there. Y'all scared that y'all gonna get y'all ass beat. Y'all scared that y'all gonna fall for the bullshit. Y'all scared of y'all own fucking shadow. A lot of men can't even handle working in a motherfucking prison. It's becoming more women working as officers in the prison because y'all niggas is scared of y'all fucking shadow. That's
Most
one.
men work at women prisons. What are you talking about?
That 30. You don't
What are
know
you
what you're
talking
talking
about,
about.
bro? Like,
30.
come
You
on.
don't know what you're talking
Come
about.
on, bro.
You don't know what you're
Come
talking
on,
about.
dog. Most men work at women.
You don't know what you're
Come
talking
on,
about.
dog. Most men work at women prisons.
Most men work at women prisons.
Something.
Yes, most men
Can
work
I
at
add
women prisons.
something? Do you know why most men work at women
No,
prisons?
but
Because
wait,
it's easier.
Blossom. Hold on.
It's
Wait, Blossom.
easier.
Wait, hold on,
It's
Blossom.
easier.
We can't even entertain that. That is not how it goes. It ain't no most men working in no motherfucking woman's prison.
That's
Y'all
correct.
motherfuckers can't make it there either because you be assaulting the
That's
inmate.
right. That's
You
correct.
can't make it there.
Same thing going
Y'all
on
get
in the women's. The
fired
same thing
because
going
you
on in the men's prison.
assault the inmate.
The same thing going on in the men's prison.
No, the
The
men
women
aren't
are
being
assaulting the
assaulted.
inmates. That's why you
No,
got a
the
person
men.
like Prima
Hold
Donna.
on. Let
That's
me
why
get
you got a person
Bitch,
like
don't mention me,
no,
bitch.
hold on, y'all. Hold
Don't
on.
mention me, bitch. Talk about your fucking mother.
don't be
Stop. Don't
disrespectful, ho.
mention
See,
me,
when I get
bitch,
disrespectful, it's a
bitch,
problem.
bitch,
When I get on this,
bitch, bitch.
wow, she's belligerent. She can say the
Fuck you
B word.
talking
You
about?
can repeat
Stop
the same B
mentioning me.
word. You
Stop
ain't
mentioning
seem
my
like nothing but a
fucking
little
name.
whore in prison. Now stop motherfucking acting like you was stepping on shit.
Your mama
First
was
of
a
all, you was
whore
probably
while she
getting
was
took
pregnant with
advantage
you,
of,
and
bitch.
that's why you
And
got
that's why
7
you
niggas
mad at black
DNA.
men
Fuck is
now.
you talking
Because you
about?
was letting
Shut
bitches
up.
trick you out your
Shut up.
motherfucking
Shut up.
spot in
No,
your
let
Shut
her
up.
hoe.
stand up for
Shut up.
herself.
Man, fuck this hoe. Then y'all finna
Fuck
let these
your
niggas
mama.
disrespect me like this, dog, on this motherfucking panel, bro. Nigga, you heard what the fuck this hoe told me, bitch ass nigga,
Fuck
and you
you.
better not step in either. Now
Or
listen,
what?
this bitch up in
Or what?
here talking stupid to
Hold
me,
on,
nigga,
Blossom.
and I'ma
Wait.
get
Hold
back
on.
stupid
Or
with this
what?
hoe, nigga. The fuck wrong with you, nigga? I
Or
don't give a
what?
fuck. You jumping in shit, you don't even know what the fuck going on. You just jumping in this hoe. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Bitch ass nigga. Man, shut the fuck up. Don't come up here caping hoe ass nigga. Cause we can over talk each other this whole time, nigga. Now shut the fuck up, nigga. Anyways, Prima Donna, right, was being disrespectful, and now I'm meeting disrespect with disrespect. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
See,
you sound nigga
I
fuck.
was
You
gonna
going
chill
back
the
and forth
fuck
with a
out,
female.
damn
Talk that
Julio.
shit to a grown
God
ass
damn,
man.
bitch
Fuck,
ass
nigga.
nigga. Chill out,
Talk that
Julio.
shit to a grown
What the
ass
fuck
man.
wrong with you, nigga? You better get your ass out my
That's why
face,
your
nigga.
fucking voice got
Bitch
real
ass
soft
nigga.
now,
Shut
nigga.
your bitch ass
Talking
up.
that shit to
You
a
want to
woman.
show out?
Sweet
You
ass
want to
boy.
come up
Fuck
this
wrong
hoe
with
and
you,
cake?
nigga.
You could have been a real nigga and shut the fuck up, but you
Nah, nigga, I'm gonna
obviously a
kindly ask
hoe
you to
ass
shut the
nigga.
fuck up,
Cause
bitch
you
ass
ain't got
nigga.
nothing to do with this situation.
You
And
talking
that's your
crazy to a
motherfucking
female. The
problem,
fuck is
nigga.
wrong with you,
That's
boy?
why niggas like you end up in
No,
the
she
You
a
don't
motherfucking
know a
woman.
nigga like
graveyard
me. You
because
don't
you
know a nigga
jumping in
like
some
me.
shit you don't even know what
You
the
don't
fuck
know
you
niggas
talking
like
about.
me.
But you only tough online, nigga.
No, nigga,
You
I'm
only
tough in
tough
real life.
online.
Pull up.
And when a nigga really
Pull
smoke
up,
your
nigga.
bitch ass,
Pull
nigga,
up, nigga.
then your
Pull
bitch
up.
ass will feel
Pull
some
up.
type
Cause
of
your
way.
voice
Now
shaking,
your
boy.
family
Your
crying,
voice ain't
pussy
even
ass
strong enough
nigga.
to have this
You better
conversation.
stand your
Shut your
motherfucking
punk
suit
ass
tight,
up,
bitch.
nigga.
Had
Over
your
here
ass
talking that
laced
weak
up in
ass
that
shit.
motherfucker
Your
pushing up
goddamn voice
daisies,
shaking,
nigga.
nigga.
I'm a real
A
nigga.
real
I'll
man coming
really
in
come kill
conversation. Now
you,
all of a
bitch
sudden
ass
your
nigga.
dick done
You
shriveled
better
up.
stop
Your
motherfucking
nuts
playing with me.
disappeared.
And don't
Shut your
motherfucking
bitch
get on
ass
here
up, boy.
over
Stop
talking
talking
me,
soft.
nigga. Cause I'ma talk
Stop
all
talking
motherfucking
soft, nigga.
day,
You,
bitch
boy, you
ass nigga.
sound weak as
I'ma
fuck.
keep talking, nigga,
Boy, you
until
sound
one of
weak
you
as
hoe
fuck.
ass niggas check
Boy,
me,
you
nigga.
sound weak as
Now
fuck.
shut the fuck
Your
up, bitch
voice,
ass
your
nigga,
voice,
you
your voice
faggot
ain't
ass
strong
nigga.
enough. You ain't got enough
You'll
alpha
probably
to
be a
do all
little
that shit
hoe
with
in
your
there
weak ass
anyway.
up.
30,
So stop
Going back and
30.
forth
motherfucking
with a
playing with
female,
me,
your
bitch
voice
ass
trembling,
nigga.
nigga.
Wow.
Your voice trembling, little
Pussy
nigga.
ass nigga.
Your voice
You really
trembling, little ass
mad.
nigga.
You really
Little ass
mad.
boy.
You're
Fuck wrong
mad
with you.
because they talking
Talk
about
that
you.
shit.
They
Talking
talking
that
about
shit to
you.
a woman.
You the
You
sis
talking
ass
shit to
nigga
a
that'll be
woman.
a sissy in
You
prison.
talking shit to
That's
a
what
woman.
that's
You the
talking about.
sissy.
So you need to shut up and
You the
listen, nigga,
sissy, nigga.
before we
You the
motherfucking
sissy.
get on
You the
your
sissy.
ass, nigga.
You the sissy.
Bitch ass
What you
nigga.
talking
You
soft
really
for, nigga?
mad, nigga, because
Where
you'll
all
be a
that bass
punk in
go?
there.
Where all that
Kevin
bass go out
Campbell
your
looking
voice?
ass nigga.
Why your bass
Fuck wrong
disappear
with
out
you,
your
you
voice?
bitch
Fuck,
ass
nigga.
nigga. You
Why
look
your bass
soft.
disappear out
This
your
nigga
voice?
got his
Fuck,
wrist
nigga.
bent on his
Why your
picture.
bass
Man,
disappear out
y'all
your
nigga,
voice?
hey, this
Fuck,
nigga got
nigga.
his wrist bent on his picture, y'all. Believe this nigga? Do you believe this nigga?
My
This
wrist
faggot
bent.
ass nigga?
My
Y'all
wrist
believe
bent.
this nigga? This a
Bitch, you
hoe
can't
ass
even afford the
nigga.
suit I got
This a
on.
bitch
Shut the
ass
fuck
nigga.
up.
Hey, if you standing next to this nigga, you a fucked up individual.
You can't
You
stand next
are a
to me because you
hater.
too
You
small.
are a
You
hater.
too
And
little.
you
You
have
too
a bent
short.
wrist like a
A
bitch. Now
hater.
shut the fuck up, nigga.
A
And
hater.
listen, real niggas talking. You sit your whole
Ain't
ass
shit real
behind your
about you,
desk,
nigga.
nigga.
Except
Shut
you
the
a real
fuck up,
bitch.
nigga.
That's the most
Bitch ass
real fact
nigga.
about you. You a real
This
bitch.
nigga got his
Going
rent.
back and
He
forth
got
with a
his bent
female.
wrist, y'all. This nigga
Going
got
back and forth with a
a
He
going
bent
back
a
and
wrist,
forth with a
woman,
nigga.
not a
woman.
And he wanna
female.
come up to the hoe and talking. You gay as fuck, nigga. Shut
You
the
going,
fuck up.
nigga?
You a
You going?
faggot, nigga.
I'm
Shut
gay
the
for
fuck up,
defending a
nigga.
woman?
So
Are you
that's first
crazy?
thing first, nigga. Second
Boy, you
thing is
probably,
this,
boy, you
dog.
talk like you
I'm
about
back to
5'4".
talking to prima donna,
Boy,
nigga.
you
I
talk
don't
like
want to
you about
talk to your hoe
5'4",
ass no more.
5'5".
Prima donna,
Stop
ma'am.
mentioning me.
All right.
Stop mentioning me.
I met disrespect with
No,
disrespect,
you
and I meet
disrespected me
Nigga
respect
said
first.
I'm
with
gay for a
respect.
You
bent wrist.
That's
Boy,
first
disrespected me
things first. You get
first.
what I'm
You
saying?
disrespected me first.
If I don't disrespect you
You
and call you out
disrespected
your
me.
name,
You
I don't consider
disrespected
you to
me.
do the same thing to me. You know what I
Disrespect
mean?
isn't
So
synonymous with
when you
calling somebody
say
out their name.
shit
You
like,
disrespected me.
when you say
You
shit like,
disrespected me. You
okay, I didn't
disrespected me
curse you
first.
out.
I
I
don't
didn't call your
care. Do
name.
you
I didn't
think that you
disrespect
think
you.
cussing
I don't
somebody
know
out is the
what you
only way that
consider
you can
disrespect,
disrespect them?
but that's not
You think
disrespectful
cussing
for me
somebody out is
to
the only way to
interrupt in a
disrespect them?
conversation.
Do
That's
you
not
think cussing
disrespectful.
somebody out
That's
is the
just me
only way to
talking.
disrespect them?
It's the
Is that
main
the
cause.
only way
It's
to
the main
disrespect
thing. It's the
someone?
main thing.
That is not the
Because the
main
thing
thing.
about it is this,
Ain't
right?
no main thing.
Nobody would
Disrespect
meet
is
each other in the
disrespect.
streets and have these
Disrespect is
heated
disrespect.
conversations and actually do it in
Disrespect
nobody's
is
face.
disrespect.
Nobody would do it. You get what
Disrespect
I'm
is
saying? That's the
disrespect.
problem. Motherfuckers really
Disrespect
brave
is
online.
disrespect.
And I want all
You got what you deserve.
black men in this motherfucker to know, right?
You got what you
That
deserve.
you can see the grace that is giving to a woman and to a bitch ass
30.
nigga like Julio. You can see the grace that's given in them.
30.
You don't
Yes,
know
Lynn.
nothing,
Yes,
30.
nigga.
Lynn.
The only
Yes,
thing that
Hold
sound like a
on,
bitch is a man that
no,
fucking
mute
fuck
this
with a
nigga.
woman.
30.
Mute this whole ass
That's the
nigga,
only
bro.
thing
Let
that's
Lynn
bitch
talk.
about you up in here, nigga.
Hold on, 30. Why are you always crashing out on live? You really need to reevaluate
Cause he's
what's
crazy,
going
man.
on.
Man, look here.
Hold
I'm
on,
evaluating, bro.
Julio.
But Lynn, listen.
30.
Lynn, bro.
30. No, you listen for a second, because you've been up here arguing with everybody. 30. You interrupted this lady multiple times and she asked you not to. And not only that, but she was quiet the entire time that you were speaking. She did not interrupt you. And then the moment she got disrespectful with you because you disrespected her first,
By doing what?
you interrupted her multiple
All right.
times.
I'm asking you, did I curse at
That's
her first?
disrespect. It
Not,
does not
it
matter.
doesn't
Like
matter.
she
Now it don't matter if
said,
somebody curse somebody out first.
the
That don't
only
matter.
cursing somebody out is not the only
Yes,
way
that
to
is very
disrespect
disrespectful.
This nigga
somebody.
got so much bitch
Okay,
in his
and
mouth.
That is
you
there.
crossed.
See what I'm
Hold
saying?
on,
Now I got to
Julio.
deal with a hoe ass nigga that want to ride her
You
wave.
30. you interrupting somebody multiple times in the way that you did, and they didn't do the same to you,
Okay.
is disrespectful.
That's
Okay.
fair.
It
Shut the
is
fuck up, nigga.
disrespectful. So let's pause and let Prima Donna finish what she had to
I
say.
don't even remember anymore, Lynn. I'm just gonna
And she
say
was making a wonderful point that I really wanted to listen to.
I can't. I think it was about like the difference in grace between black men and black women, but it is what it is. I think I said mostly what I
It
had
was
to
my
say.
point that I brought up.
Bro, and here you
Still
still go,
interrupting.
and here you
You
still
can't help
go.
yourself. The
But
nigga
when I
can't
get
help
rowdy
himself.
with you, now I'm belligerent. Stop doing that. Stop doing it. I asked you to stop the first time before I ever told you to shut up, and you still couldn't. You still wouldn't stop. Literally offer people the same fucking respect that you want offered to you. Just like you got aggravated that all the girls were interrupting you when you were trying to speak and I was quiet. I was quiet. But yet every time I fucking talk, you steady got some shit to say, bro. That is not manly. I don't know who the fuck taught you that was being manly, bro.
Oh my God. Here we
What is
go.
wrong with you?
Here we go. I got to deal with the backlash of
Boy, fuck you in that
bullshit.
backlash. Leave me
The
alone.
backlash of bullshit.
Leave me alone.
Left alone. Left alone.
I know you be harassing women in real life, bro.
I honestly don't. I really don't. I have
I
a
know you
girlfriend.
the nigga
I
that
honestly
you the
don't. I
one
have
that
a
whenever
girlfriend in
women
real
tell
life,
you
and
that
that's the
when women
problem with
tell
people like
you
you.
to
You're
leave them the
assuming.
fuck alone,
You're
that you
assuming.
steady be bothering.
I have left you alone. You still want to talk on me.
You
What's the
still
problem?
was
I'm not
mentioning
gonna
my
sit up
name.
here and let
You
you talk
mentioned my
on me
name six
after you're
times
saying
after the
after
fact.
motherfucker being left alone. Now
You
I agree
mentioned
with
my
your
name
point.
6
I
times
agree with
after.
your points at first, but you're not finna sit
Fuck
up and
your point.
disrespect and talk to me crazy
You're not
after the
fixing to
fact.
steady be interrupting me either. You're
Go,
not. You're
go,
not. Or I'm going to talk to you however the fuck I see fit.
go.
You go, nigga. Fuck wrong with you?
Not only that, but you also said that she be abusing inmates and stuff like that. And I don't think you understand, like Mia said. Mia told you multiple times you don't know what you're talking about, and you don't. You don't know what it's like to be a black woman working in the prison system and getting harassed and disrespected by black men sexually and in all other reasons. So that's the only way she can protect herself. Because the moment she show any kindness or grace, they gonna try to take advantage of her,
Exactly. And I
and
was
she can
explaining
lose
to
her
you.
fucking job.
I was
And these
explaining to y'all
motherfuckers don't give
earlier.
a fuck if she lose her job.
Exactly.
They
And I
just
was
want to
explaining
use her.
that to y'all earlier. When I originally went in there, I thought, yeah, I can give these people grace. At the end of the day, they ain't did nothing to me. I should be able to treat them like human beings. And I had to fucking learn. You cannot. You can't be nice to them. You can't treat them with just basic human decency and basic respect, or they take that as a sign that you either want to deal with them, want to bring something in for them, that they can pull their peen out on you, all types of shit. That's what they take that as. So you literally got to give them motherfuckers the cold shoulder. You got to be nasty to them, or they don't get it. It's sad that's and it's happening now. Unless you be aggressive to motherfuckers as a black woman, and especially in the prison system, unless you're aggressive towards them, they can't even understand. They can't understand a woman being nice to them doesn't mean that's why women, whenever y'all approach women in public, they mean it, they know that they got to do that in order for you to leave them the fuck alone. They have to do it.
If I may very quickly, Mia, ask you a brief question. How far have we drifted away from the actual title of your prompt here?
We always drift away from it because the men that's been coming up here don't want to talk about it. They want to make excuses and make it seem like going to prison is a black man's rite of passage.
So I saw this live because Prima, I got the notification she was in here, and then I got the notification from you as well. I'm actually working on a video relating to this exact topic. I watched this full podcast from Deontay, Grits and Eggs, and I think it's pretty unequivocal that prison culture does influence black men. It does. The problem that I have, or the question that I would have, is who's responsible for this?
The black men who bring it to the community.
So, okay. that is true. But what I'm asking,
Man, I'm not finna listen to this fuck shit. Man.
well, no, that answers the question. What you know? What? Tell me what? Okay, so 30, since you want to just you just can't help yourself. What have I said so far? This fuck shit. Tell me. Because the thing is, who? Well, actually, let me ask you this question: who holds overall responsibility for the direction of our community? Men or women? Who holds overall responsibility?
Responsibility to yourself.
That's not what I. That's not the question I asked you, sir.
I'm letting you know that you owe responsibility to
Well, I
yourself.
did in the comments.
The question that I asked you was, I'm going to repeat it. Surely, if you're confident enough to yell at a woman, you're confident enough to talk to a man like you got some sense.
Yeah,
So
I'm confident
the
enough to
question,
talk to.
the question I'm raising you is, I said, who is
Now,
responsible for the overall direction
I'm
of
gonna
our
let you ask
community?
your question, but I'm gonna let you know this. Don't be condescending with me. Don't talk to me crazy, and I won't talk to you crazy. And that's what I was trying to explain to Prima Donna. Okay, we're not about to sit up here and be sly and slick and be belligerent with each other and curse each other out. And then you want a reaction, and then I give you the reaction, and then now look at this nigga's being a nigga. Look at him now. That's the equivalency
You
of
were
a
being
YT
a nigga
person.
Well,
whenever
I'm
you
not.
was.
not finished.
Well,
That's the
30.
equivalency. I'm not finished.
I'm
I'm not
asking you a
finished.
direct.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. See, there we go. There we go. That's the equivalency of a YT person, right? And they get mad at you and they talking to you and they say something slick to you, and one of these girls up
Okay,
here
30.
or getting into it with a Karen or a man get into it
30.
with a YT person, and look at this
30.
nigga, look at this nigga, look at this nigga. So that's what y'all are.
I'm asking you a direct
You are
question that you're not
turning into
answering.
the you are good as much as
Nobody
the
said
bougie
look
black
at the
people. That's what you are. You're the bougie
no.
black people. Shitting on
Nobody
these niggas,
he
shitting
hold
on these niggas.
on.
You don't care about the
No. Nobody
Oh,
said look at
Lynn,
this
don't save
nigga.
him.
Julio met you with disrespect.
definitely did.
He met you with disrespect. So that's not
Definitely
look
did.
at this nigga. That he met you where you was. Nobody said look at you and turned their nose up. They met you where you were. So
He
don't
came in on
try
the
that
rah-rah though,
bullshit.
Lynn.
You know why?
Didn't he
Because you was
come in
talking
on
to
the
my
rah-rah,
partner
Lynn?
crazy. You know why? Because let me ask you a question. You see
Okay,
your
can
partner
we
30.
move on from that and go back to the conversation? Are you gonna have the conversation 30 outside of your feelings? I am so sick of going on every live with you and we have to placate to your feelings
Okay.
every
All right.
single
Cool. That's
time.
fine. That's fine. I'm gonna
So
go on
here's
with the
my question
conversation.
again to
Let's
reset
go.
the space.
Let's
Here's the
go. Let's
question.
go. Come on.
The question is, who holds more responsibility for the black community in mass as a whole? Black men or black women? 30. That's my question.
Black women, bitch ass nigga.
Okay, son. So explain to me how that's the case. Because if that's the case, don't black women have a severe disadvantage then by your logic? Because black men control more political, socioeconomic, and economic power than black women, and we have done so since the Reconstruction era. So how exactly are they more responsible than us when we hold more political, socioeconomic, and economic power than they ever had? Also, black women didn't even have voting rights until the late 1970s. So how the fuck are they more responsible for the community than we are?
That's interesting. You learned that from your mammy?
No, I learned it. I learned it from my father,
You
who
learned it
raised
from
me
your
from the time
mammy? That's
my dad was
interesting.
born.
Okay, he not gonna have the conversation,
No,
Julio.
Lynn,
Just make a point.
don't
Just
save him.
make your point. No, we're not saving him, Julio. We just have to move around. Just make a point to the panel in general. Because Tareem has been waiting to say something
Oh, go
and
ahead,
you
Tareem.
actually skipped ahead of Tareem.
Yeah, thank you. I don't listen to this bitch ass nigga anyway.
A
So
man
if you
curses
want to
because he doesn't
direct
have a
that
complex ego.
question to Tareem and y'all can have the dot, I don't know. But
Well, we have to
please.
let
Tareem and y'all can have the dot, I don't know. But
we have
please.
to let Tareem establish his baseline position first. So yeah.
I might not know the answers to your questions, but here's the problem I have when it comes to this conversation. The culture really fucks up my community so bad because, from my personal experience, so y'all can tell me if something's different with y'all, but most of us start going to prison at a young age or in different kind of juvenile detentions while we're still in high school. And the culture is so fucked up where we got young boys living with their parents, mom, dad, both, whoever it is, where instead of going out here getting a regular job, all these fast food places hiring, Walmart, Food Line, just living just a regular basic life, they're so influenced to get out here and do shit that we know is going to have us locked up. And then even for those that are out of high school, maybe they're not going to college or not going to the military, not taking some kind of trade, same thing, living under their parents' roof instead of just going out here being a citizen, just getting a job. We're so influenced and so in culture to get out here and do the same thing. All the shit that's gonna get us locked up in the first place. And I have less grace because I hate to see the conversations, especially on social media, where they say, "Oh, free him, free him, free him," but you was encouraging him to do all the shit that was gonna put him away anyway. And when he gets out, you're still going to encourage him and be with him doing all the same shit you know is gonna put him back, and then he gets locked up again, and you're still screaming free him when there is no influence or no promotion for us to even do better with each other. So that's why I have less grace when it comes to, you know, us being locked up. I see free him. I'm not sharing that shit. I'm not posting that shit. He gonna get out and
My
y'all gonna still do the same shit.
My thing is, Tareem, it was brought up earlier that that people who in our community, like men like Boss Man, he came up and the first thing he did was defend prisoners and defend prison culture. And instead of telling the truth about how prison is, it took Mia to tell him, like, you gotta tell the truth. That's what we do in this community. We defend prisoners. We defend criminality. We defend prison culture. We make excuses for them. And like I said earlier, we would start a college fund, or we will start a fund to help somebody who went to prison before we start a fund to help somebody go to college. And y'all don't see all those things in combination as praising or influencing prison culture or help perpetuate it.
I, I wasn't defending or glorifying prison.
We gotta
I
stop
was
making light of it. Like when we
I
had this
was speaking
conversation,
on
we
what
have to
y'all was
stop
saying.
saying things to make light of the situation. Like we people, especially people that are listening, like the young boys and girls, people that are hearing this conversation, they can't hear us making light of this shit. Like some part of it is cool, or there are some people that are having a good time. Like when y'all say shit like, "Oh yeah, there's people in there getting money," there's people in there having, you know, they're not having it so bad. Like we gotta stop making light of this shit because other young people are hearing this shit and they're thinking that it's not so bad to live the life that they're living.
Yeah, I want to have the conversation. I just want that whole ass nigga to get out of my ear. Um, I understand, right? I'm not finna be naive and act like, you know, a lot of this shit, black men don't do a lot of bullshit. I understand that completely. But, however, right, with you knowing the systematic racism that takes place, the wage of war that they have, the war they have committed on black men in general, the grace that Tyreen was talking about, and the women, right? Our parents, our grandparents, and stuff like that, our aunties and ancestors and stuff. Those women took advantage of the system. They were able to work. Um, they were able to receive benefits and stuff like that. They were able to do these things, college grants. These girls, you talking about some? We grew up in the same household, right? But my only option is the streets or to go to the army. What your option is, you can go to college because more than likely the parents are going to get behind the girl in the house and send her to college. They're not going to spend no money on that boy like that. He either got to play
Women
ball,
are not
go
getting
to the
sent to
army.
college.
Yes, they do. Black women are
No,
getting. I
black
know for a
women
fact
take
because
out
both of my sisters
loans
were
and
sent to
do what
college
they
in my
have to
household,
do.
and
And your
every
parents had a college fund waiting for your sisters.
facts,
So
facts, facts,
why aren't
facts.
you saving up a college fund for your daughter if you've seen it happen for
Oh, I'm
your
doing that.
sisters?
I'm doing that, but I only have one child. I don't have a son. But
That
what I'm saying,
doesn't, oh my God.
what
30, please. And then your sisters were an exception. They were not the rule. Black women are putting themselves through college. Let's be oh so for real. And if you go to the military will put you through college. So let's be oh so for real and oh so serious. Stop with the bullshit. And do you know what's systematically oppressing black women at this time? Do you know what's going on with black women? That's not a choice. You don't have to choose criminal activity, but y'all choose criminal activity. But let's talk about black women in healthcare. Since y'all the only motherfuckers in the community that's getting hurt and systematically oppressed, and it's a war being waged on y'all, but not on black children who don't get food or black women who don't get adequate health care.
do you mean? Black women get a lot of benefits and a lot. Y'all get if bro,
Oh my God.
come on,
You
bro,
got it.
come on, dawg.
You
Y'all
got it.
trying to make it seem
You
like
think
y'all
you
just
think receiving Medicaid is adequate benefits? You think
it's
receiving
better than no
government fucking
benefits.
medical benefits is adequate benefits?
It's better than
Lynn,
no benefits, though,
Lynn,
lady.
Y'all niggas stupid,
30.
Lynn,
man.
I want so that's not specific to a woman thing, period.
Those systems are in place for people, regardless of their gender. So it ain't just specifically, oh, black women is the only ones that got access to food stamps or Medicaid or anything like that. They may get more.
Programs that they just cut.
They
That
may
they
get
just cut in this
more
new
if
fucking bill.
they may get more if they have children, if they hold their children. It just like men are gonna get more if they have their children.
No, they just changed the dependent age from 18 to 7. So a
Okay.
lot of women not even gonna get them fucking benefits because of their new bill. And not only that, what Lynn was talking about is the mortality rate for pregnant black women is fucking
High. It's
horrible. And at the
extreme.
same time, they're taking reproductive rights away from them same women. Y'all, that's why I say y'all some fucking bitches. Y'all stay like, oh, everybody fucking with me, but y'all, like I said, y'all enjoy being outside and that shit. Like 30 always up here want to crash out, talk about how hard you all are. Like you love that shit. Y'all
We
fucking.
all had
I
the
don't
we
love
all
I
had
don't
the
love it,
same.
bro.
No,
I
you
do
act like
this way
no,
with
you love
disrespect.
that shit.
We
I
all
don't
had
love it.
the same.
You gotta
We
be
all
this
had
way
the
with
same
people.
access to all the same books. To all the we had the access to the same thing. Majority of us in the BLK community are not hitting 18 and getting an inheritance. That's regardless of being a girl or a boy. The majority of us are not getting that. So the women that are getting themselves educated, they are usually funding that themselves, or they are finding the funds that men can find as well. Men are just choosing to not take advantage, and the ones that are taking advantage of it, they are doing very well. Okay, so regardless of the system, anything like that, I know men that didn't touch the streets and was in the streets whenever they were kids. They were raised in the hood, and they still decided to get their education and become something of themselves. It ain't got nothing to do with man, woman, none of that. If you want to do it, you will. Period.
Man,
See all those guys in the
y'all
picture right there, those young guys. I'm pretty sure all of them, when they finish doing all the bullshit they doing, they're going right back to their mama house. When instead of being in the streets all day, they could have it's probably a food line close to them, a Walmart close to them, a Kroger close to them, some kind of fast food place close to them, anywhere innocent that's close to them where they could be at all day working, just living an honest life, but instead they're in the streets. So
Right.
it's like we keep making these excuses saying like how they had to do it. They didn't have a choice. Most of these people that are in the streets don't have to be in the streets.
Exactly. And the men that do get out and they become welders or truck drivers or whatever, they had that opportunity to do that whenever they were children as well. They did whatever they did to send them to where they were sent to, and then when they get out, now they want to change their lives. But they could have took a year program and became a offshore welder and make buku money whenever when they were teenagers. They decided not to because they love the glitz and the glam and the money and the fame and the girls and all of that. That's why they do it.
Yeah, but
A black
Also,
woman electrician make $1,200 in one day. Y'all fucking playing.
yeah,
Y'all gotta stop.
black men do that all the time.
no, but
Like
hold
y'all
up,
act like
because
y'all
y'all also hold up,
discovering
no, because
the
y'all
cure for
forgetting
cancer and stuff
something.
like that.
Hold up, 30. Hold up. Y'all niggas also terrorizing everybody. The fuck is you talk about?
Shit.
Y'all the villains and you want to be the fucking victim?
Every
Like, you
time
know how many kids are being unalive, fucking coerced into doing some illegal shit? Y'all
yeah,
the ones who keep fucking the community up.
I'm
And
finna,
y'all think that shit fucking cute.
I got
No, you
something.
too.
I got
Nah,
something.
I
I got
remember you
something for
telling
y'all. I'm
that
finna show
story and
y'all
you fucking
something.
terrorizing children.
I'm
What
finna
is
show
you
y'all
talking
something.
about?
I'm finna show y'all something. If it's all black men, then these cases right here would not be involved in it. Stay right there. If it's all this, if everything that I'm about to show y'all, that it's just black men stealing out these stores that's going to jail for stealing boosting and stuff like that. It's just black men that's
We're not
going to
talking
jail for
about
selling.
that.
Oh
No,
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 wait.
no.
It's only
I'm talking
black
about
men
boosting.
terrorizing the community.
No,
It's
no,
only black
no.
men fighting in the street.
Don't
It's
participate in
only
your
black men fighting
cognitive
in the street, y'all.
distortion.
These
No.
girls knocking each other
No.
off.
We not
These
gonna
girls are knocking
participate
each
in the
other off.
cognitive
It's
distortions,
the truth.
please.
And I want to
No,
talk
first of
about.
all, a girl going into a fucking store and boosting is not damaging the fucking
It
community.
is
It's
definitely
not
is because she's
unaliving
damaging
people.
her
What are you
record.
talking about?
She's
It's
damaging
not
her
getting
record.
people hooked on fucking candy. What is you talking about?
Oh, women sell candy too. Facts. I know some women in the feds right now from selling candy. So
And you know women who took the charge for a
no,
nigga like
they didn't take the charge. They were doing it. They were selling it. They are active. Get what I'm saying? Y'all trying to act like women prisons don't exist. You got studs and butchers in there that'll beat y'all ass and take y'all too. You got motherfucking women that pimping. That shit is real. And since we want
So
to talk
you
about
want us to
prison,
not talk about it. So hold
no,
on.
let's talk
So
about the men prison.
no,
Let's go
you
back
hold
to the
on,
men
because I've
prison.
been quiet. So you're saying all that because you don't want us to talk about it. You saying it's a wash. Men and women do it.
Yeah, men and women do it.
So it don't matter. So we don't need to
So
have
I
this
need y'all to hold each
conversation.
other accountable. I need y'all to hold each other accountable.
No, well, so
Instead of when we
why
have
you? So if instead of if you want to hold us accountable, you want us to hold ourselves accountable.
Yeah.
Then why the fuck can you not speak to what men do and focus on the prom? Why you can't just speak to
I
it?
did this whole time, but y'all
No, you
override what
didn't.
I was saying. I was saying I'm the one who agreed with Prima Donna when she
Yeah,
first came in.
This the
I
thing.
was the one who.
Even when you keep bringing up that these women are doing this, if you think it's even, if it's so even, then it wouldn't be nothing to talk about if it was even. If it was just
It
this.
is even. Y'all just don't want to talk about it.
What?
Okay, so
It's definitely
Mia,
even.
can I ask you a
It's
question?
definitely even.
Go ahead.
Mia, I would like to ask you a question. Do you know what percentage of all violent and sexual crime is carried out by men?
I know it's like 80 or 90%.
It's
Yeah,
90. It's 93%. Do you know the rates at which BLK women are likely to be unalive compared to a race of any other woman, and usually who's carrying it out?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know the percentage, but I know it's high, and I know it's our male counterpart.
Okay, so who is our predator in the community? Like who
Black
is,
men.
Okay, and who is black men's predator and their biggest threat?
Black men.
Okay.
I also want to speak on the fact.
No, speak
when
on
we
that,
talk to prisons.
because there's certain neighborhoods you can't even walk in. You talked about the funeral in Chicago. I bet you had to watch your six. I bet you had to watch your fucking six. I bet you. What your boy said?
I was good in my hood.
I'm not from 65th. I'm not from 63rd.
No, yeah,
I wasn't
my
even
ex
over there. I
was from
wasn't even over there on the
Chicago, and in
63rd.
order for him to go to a baby shower, he had to bring a pew pew. And I told him, if you got to bring a pew pew to a baby shower, you don't need to be going to the damn baby shower.
That's a
What the
fact.
hell is wrong with you? Like, y'all, come on.
My
Pew
problem
pews
is
at baby shower.
my problem when it comes to prisons. When it comes to these men prisons, right? We heard it for ourselves. We hear it. These people, they get into these. They know that what they're walking into. They get into these jobs with already warped mind frame because they take the hate that they have.
No, that's not.
The evilness.
No. That's not what's happening. She said it. I
What's
know for a
happening?
fact. I know firsthand what it is. You go in there. We get spoon fed this lie. We get spoon fed this lie. We have been gaslit, manipulated, taken advantage of, ran amok, bamboozled by black men who like to participate in criminal activities that we have to support them in spite of. You have black men who want to be villains and victims at the same time. They paint this picture that they're incarcerated at a rate that's so unfair, even though they are unaliving everybody and their motherfucking mama, literally. Then we work in these environments where we try to help them. We have this soft spot. We're like, oh no, they're treated unfair. You get in that motherfucker, you find out exactly what time it is. You being a black woman puts the biggest target on your back. Prima was a motherfucking target. They disrespected her like you ain't never seen no disrespect. She was a black woman. She ain't shit. They ain't treat her like nothing. The YT women that came in there probably got more respect than her.
Man, that's a mind frame.
They would
That's a
bow
mind
down.
frame. If you
If a
feel like
YT, no,
that's a
hush,
mind frame. If you
hush.
feel like
When a YT warden passed by, them motherfuckers straighten they motherfucking back up and get the licking motherfucking boots. But a black woman coming there who's trying to be honest and trying to be just have empathy for these motherfuckers. She's seen her brother, her daddy, her uncle, and these dumb criminal ass motherfuckers, and they treating her like she ain't shit. You talking about some mind frame? The mind frame started with the criminals who want to tear the fucking community up. That's where the mind frame started. A motherfucker want to tear the community up and use us to fucking march for them.
right? You weren't marching for yourself.
No,
You weren't marching for yourself.
hush. We fucking been marching for motherfuckers who unaliving us.
We all been marching.
No, we ain't all been doing nothing. We have abandoned all these kids who could have, they would have went to fucking college if they had the money instead of working at McDonald's. We too busy getting the NAACP and fucking Al Sharpton and his wig to help a motherfucker who a criminal. We've been spending our resources and our time supporting fucking criminals.
Am I gonna be able to talk?
No, you not. You not gonna keep on spreading this bullshit because you admitted on here you a fucking criminal. Why was you committing a crime? Why the fuck you ain't voting? Why the fuck you ain't seeing what the policy's gonna be?
I
Why
did
the fuck
vote.
you ain't
I'm
helping
still
the
able to
community?
vote.
Why
I'm
the
not.
fuck you got a weapon and you a fucking and you ain't supposed to have one? Y'all want us to
I don't
support
supposed to
y'all
have a weapon.
bullshit?
How you
We're
tell me I'm
not
supposed to have?
support. No, y'all help me mute him or drop him because we not supporting the bullshit no more. Y'all are not going to be committing crimes and then telling us that to be pro-black, we got to support you. We're not doing that anymore. If you not on with the program of moving black folks forward and you think your way to move black folks forward is to out monster the monster, you can kiss my motherfucking ass and lock your ass up. We not doing it no more. And you're not gonna try to guilt no black woman who took a job as a correction officer and tried to be human to motherfuckers who saw a fucking lick.
Exactly.
Fuck them bitches. I hope they get whatever they deserve. Are
Exactly.
we
And
fucking
I wanna say
stupid?
something to what you said. And I think that sometimes that can be our problem. You know, whenever these black men get into these situations, we're always there on the front lines to come and save them and defend them and march for them and everything like that. But just like what Lynn mentioned earlier, like our rights even within healthcare field and everything like that, you don't see our men marching for that. You don't see our men marching for our rights as women. You don't see BLK men doing that. You'll see a YT man do that before you see a BLK man do that.
Not only that, they don't even know what the fuck going on with us, and they don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. And
You
me,
know
I
why? You know
definitely
why they don't give a
agree.
fuck, Tara? Because in this world, we are the only thing under them, right? So, and if they march for us to have better resources or for us to be treated better, then we'll become their equals, or maybe even possibly better with as much as
Yeah,
we.
they love the patriarchy. Them
So they
them
exactly.
niggas love it. They kiss the boot of the white T man. They identify themselves with that nigga. And the problem is, and I wanted to speak on, because like we've been sacrificing our children for these niggas. The reason why it's so fucked up is because they've been telling us, oh, they treat me bad, I ain't did nothing wrong, blah, 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 blah. And we've been sacrificing ourselves and our fucking children for these niggas. And they do the same shit, and our kids doing the same shit. They are lost fucking cause, and they are our enemy. That's the reality. Them motherfuckers, they the enemy, and they got close proximity to us.
Mm-hmm.
Enemy in the front porch, the enemy in the house, in the bed. Nah.
Yeah.
I just really I'm really pissed off at this, like trying to demonize Prima, who took on an important role, a position that does not get any respect. Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit with correctional officers. I'm not gonna lie about that, and I'm sure Prima can acknowledge that. But that's a career field that is that gets no respect, and their correctional officers have nothing to do with you going to prison. They're literally detached from all the things. It's the officers, parole officers, it's the judge, the jury, it's the motherfucking bailiff. It's so many people who have a hands on with why you're incarcerated that don't have nothing to do with the motherfucking correctional officers. And a lot of correctional officers have to take on roles of being fucking therapists, and they're not even trained on doing their job properly, no less how to be a fucking therapist. And you sitting up here, I know how I'm gonna let you respond to it. And for a black woman to take on that job And to do that work, she didn't say that she was fucking over people. She said that you cannot be nice to people. You have to be stern. You have to be firm. You have to be consistent. That's not the same as fucking over nobody. She tried to go in there like she was an auntie, a sister, a motherly figure, and they would take advantage of her if she did that. If she went in there trying to connect with them as a sister, as an aunt, as a person of the community that they could be familiar with, that shit would get her ran over immediately. She gotta be firm and consistent. But the way motherfuckers twisted in jobs that they either can't get or they wouldn't fucking work is diabolical. I'm sure they don't know what you went through, Prima. I just think it's fucking insane. If they gave a fuck about these men that was incarcerated, they wouldn't be up here arguing with us. They'd be doing some fucking work. But instead, they want to brag about the motherfuckers who quote unquote getting money and want to victimize them while they brag about them being these fucking big ballers instead of actually pushing for legislation that will help them, that would give them the resources that they need, that would help with rehabilitation. How about go work there? There's always a shortage of correctional officers. The more of you yapping motherfuckers with your thumbs up your take your thumb out your ass and go work up there so that it won't be overwhelmed and underfunded or whatever the term is. Go work. I'm sure every place that these motherfuckers be yapping at, I bet you money there's a prison somewhere that need a correctional officer to come work. I'm sure they got a shortage. Take your ass to the motherfucking prison, your local prison, and work and be the humane hero that you fucking want to pretend to be on this fucking app. You could go do that. You could treat them good. You can make sure don't nobody do nothing crazy. You could protect them with your fucking heart. But instead, y'all rather argue with women than put your motherfucking boots on the ground. But go ahead, Prima.
Yeah, you ain't lying, because even at the place where I work, like it was not very many BLK men that were CO. It was probably like they probably had like 2 or 3 in the whole pound that were BLK men. So while they'll talk about, you know, how they're treated and how unjust it is in there, y'all letting them be for unaliving, like, in there, because y'all don't even try to go in and help the situation. The women will, and we don't get any respect. So and like you said, we really aren't trained very much. You get thrown out on the pound damn near immediately. And it is an easy job to get. So if you ain't got no record like that, it isn't something that, oh, it's hard to get in that field. Like it's a very easy job to get, because like you said, they need them. Like they need correctional officers, and it pays pretty damn well, actually.
But to think, oh,
but they don't want the job. So it's like, to sit on here and talk about how they getting treated and how they getting mistreated and everything like that. Y'all not trying to help the situation.
no, but Prima, they know. And not to mention, like, let's not mention the any woman who works in a male prison or a prison in general. You know how taxing that is on her mental health? And then your mental health is taxing on your physical health. Get the fuck out of here. You know what type of shit you have to endure and hear and see? Like a motherfucker jacking off to you is just a normal thing you want to see as a woman. Or like a motherfucker saying some weird shit to you, or you having to play prison politics with a bunch of men. Or a man telling you that he in jail for raping, abusing, or unaliving. That shit ain't fucking normal. It's taxing on your mental health. So what the fuck are you talking about? There's an automatic sacrifice in working in a prison system in that environment. And to see that kind of stuff day in and day out, you're actually being exposed to the same thing the prisoners are being exposed to. Let's be serious here.
No,
Let's
you
be
are.
for real.
It is, whenever you take a job as a CO, you are basically taking a free bid. That's just what it is. Like, when you get a job as a CO, you become in prison. You don't have a phone. You aren't supposed to be reading. You aren't supposed to be watching movies. You don't get no luxuries like that, for real. You can bring your lunch, but like it's a lot of stuff you can't have. Like, they get more freedom in there than what the hell you do. You don't
And
get.
nobody talks about, like, because again, I'm not saying, and I'm sure you know better than me, I'm not saying that there's not officers, because they're human, who aren't doing things that's not right. But let's be fucking real. The inmate think that they can do things because they're already criminal. So they think that certain things are okay, or it's just part for the course. So this idea that these are people who are working, they ain't doing nothing. They just coming to do a job. Like I said, they are not attached to nothing. They coming to do a job, right? And they got to be subjected to all kind of violations, not just the women. People who are working in corrections are being subjected to all kind of violations, and nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. They try to minimize what correction is. They talk down about it. The public doesn't understand it. The inmates, these men who have done time, we just seen today, they've been lying for 5 hours and 67 minutes. So we know damn well they're not telling the truth about nothing. The public doesn't actually know what's going on. So this whole fake 1 minute you so bad, you so hard and so bad, and everything, you got all your shit together. You so good, you a big fucking baller on one hand, and the next minute, oh my God, it was so bad in there. Like, I don't know, it was horrible. Make your fucking mind up. Was you balling in there? Was you living good? Was you living off the hog, or was it bad? Which one
Right.
was it?
I agree. I totally agree. And to say that, just because I hate that when it comes to black women and trying to defend ourselves, now we become, now I'm an abuser and I'm all of these things just because I don't want to accept disrespect from you. Like, you're not giving us the basic respect. Every other man on this panel that had talked, he wasn't, you didn't hear him interjecting. But soon as me, Blossom, you, Tara, either of us get to speaking, and then he got to keep ad-libbing. I don't need you to help me talk.
It was weird. The way these men don't want us to have certain conversations is very telling. I don't know why, because this my thing. If it's only 5 men, if it's only 5 black men locked up across the states, the United States of America, and it's only one in the hood nearest you, then why we can't just talk about that it's a problem? If it's so small and it's the majority are great and wonderful, and we just talk about a few, let's just talk about the few. Let's go ahead and figure out how to get them out of the basket of apples so they don't ruin and bruise the rest of them. Y'all don't want to talk about it. Y'all are going as far as to try to say, and this is the thing I've noticed. 1 minute they will say, "Oh, it ain't that many," because I know when Tara was bringing up the stats, and she had to say per capita repeatedly. I thought that was interesting. So if it's 12 black men that's in prison, then what's the point of having Black Lives Matter and whining the men that's in prison? Then what's the point of having Black Lives Matter and whining and complaining? What we talking about then? If it's so small, like, I mean, it's insignificant. Then what we talking about? But that's not what it is. They don't want us to talk about this part of it. They want us to talk about them being victims. They don't want us to talk about the men who are deciding to do criminal things to the community, and then also wants the community to help them. That's what these men literally want to be able to knock your head off your shoulders. And then if the police come, you pick your head up and hold it in place and say, "I did this myself." Don't hurt him. Don't put him in handcuffs. No. Wait, what are you doing to him? Y'all always do this. They want us to be like this with our head that they knocked off our shoulder in our motherfucking hand. Screaming and yelling, telling them not to handcuff him. I'm watching, got our phones out, watching them arrest a motherfucker who just knocked your head off. Make sure you handle him with care. The bitch just knocked my head off my shoulders. But I'm supposed to run to his defense to make sure that he's handled with care. And don't do nothing to him. And can you prove it? And I don't know. And oh my God, we got to get the NAACP involved. And oh my God, where's Al Sharpton? Ma'am, you're holding your motherfucking head, ma'am. You got bigger fish to fry. And your baby is somewhere trying to figure out this math problem, and you don't even want to get them a tutor because you're too busy trying to free him till he free. All I'm saying is let's call out these bad behaviors and let's stop letting them manipulate us. And let's say this. We need to move the community forward, and we do not need to aid and abet criminals in their criminal activities to get them pushed forward. We're not going to be manipulated no more. They're not going to be able to convince us that it's okay to do certain things. We're not having it. It's not okay. Children can't go to parks. Children can't wear certain colors. Children can't walk down the street. Children don't get no support. People aren't even showing up to the graduations because they too busy worrying about a motherfucker who doing some hitting licks on the weekend. Like we got to do better. Literally, we got to do better. We've been being manipulated. This shit is insane. No, we can't ignore our own problems. We've been ignoring our own problems, aiding and abetting this foolishness for the longest. We know black on black crime is about proximity. We understand all the tropes and all the white supremacist talking points. We get all that. But at the end of the day, we don't have to have the conversation about it being black on black crime. We need to have the conversation about, okay, it ain't black on black crime, but why the fuck are we aiding and abetting criminals in their criminal activity? We don't got to be associated with criminals. To be black and to be marginalized is not to be criminal. So we don't need to defend criminals and people who are doing shit they ain't got no business doing, who want to support this prison culture, who want to go to prison, who think it's a rite of passage. We don't got to deal with that. That's a whole separate thing. Why are we acting like that's a part of it? That's all inclusive. To be black is to have to be associated with that. No, we don't. We need to be focusing on these kids. The money and time and resources that we've been spending for these fake ass political prisoners, we can let them pop it for pee and do what the fuck they want to do and fight their own cases and battle the bail bondsmen on their own. And we can be taking money and these resources to help our children get their skills, get careers, help with the schools, help figure out what these food deserts are, be present with helping with sex education, all kind of shit we could be doing instead of worrying about freeing this motherfucker till he free. No, he'll be all right. He tough.
If he had to struggle a little bit more, he might not go back to that motherfucker. But it's also interesting because when we was watching that video, and they was like, you gotta carry a weapon out here because they out here, and they can run up on us anytime. Them niggas act like they not the niggas out there running up on people. What the hell? Y'all niggas is delusional.
You the motherfucker. It's you. Like, sir, I'm scared of you. You scaring me. The fuck is you talking about? Like, it's freaking diabolical. And it's like, it's so many other things that we could be, because like this idea, we also got to part ways with this idea of like getting rich, or this idea of us needing to be rich, or whatever's going on. Like with the way things are now, we need to accept some people gonna be rich. Everybody can't be rich. We all can't have trucking companies. I'm trying to figure out how many fucking trucks on the road. Like, goddamn, how many trucks?
I ain't gonna lie.
That
System is a very important system. That's something that we always gonna need. That and it's right now electricians. That's a really good field for BLK people, and especially men. If they so called, there's no jobs out here for us. That's something that we're always gonna need.
Plumbing, HVAC.
Mm-hmm. Great job.
Sewing. Cause y'all be sewing and print. You ain't supposed to be stitching up your pants, but you figure out how to use a fucking needle and pen. Then, I know they was talking about the tattooing thing. That's a thing. Doing art. It's so many other things that you can do. Learn how to cook. Become a chef. Become a fucking baker. I done seen so many moms open up bake shops. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all love to be baked. Learn how to bake. Fuck. I mean, put the pipe down. A lot of y'all need to put the candy down.
So I wanted to address the comment that they always tend to make to excuse the rates at which BLK men are incarcerated and everything. They are always like, y'all know that's systemic and everything like that. So they use that to basically say, oh, most of the men are innocent. That's not that's not how that fucking works. It being systemic is based on the fact that if a white man does it, he'll probably get less time. He might get off. That does not mean that you knuckleheads didn't do the shit. Y'all did it, and you knew that you were as black as hell, and that it was more likely that you were going to go to prison, and you still decided to do it.
And that's the thing too. I want you to pause right there because that's important, right? Because do you want to get away? So what you telling me is you are going to do the criminal activity. You just want to get away with it in the way that YT men get away with it. That's one.
That's what it is.
The other thing that you had said, damn, I forgot. Go ahead. I think about it because I forgot.
So it's basically the idea of like whenever we're kids and one kid does something and then you get caught doing it and you're like, well, he did it. Like, you know it's wrong too, but because somebody else did it and got away with it, you think that you should be able to get away with it. It's just like I'm gonna be real. And I'm gonna say that, and don't take what I'm saying as I'm excusing it for rich people to do it or not. But rich people commit a lot of crimes, right? And they get away with a lot of crimes because they have the money to commit crimes, right? So when you're poor as hell and you know you cannot afford a decent lawyer, but you decide to do things that can put you under the fucking jailhouse, and then you're surprised that somebody rich or somebody YT got away with it because they had the funds and they had the support system, they had the assets to put up and everything like that. But because you took your broke, poor black ass out there and did a rich, you out there playing a rich man's sport, a privileged man's sport, and you lost.
No, you cooking with grease. Because that's what I was about to say. This the thing. That's wrong, right? This idea that certain people can do certain things and get away with it. See, this my thing. Instead of me going to rob Target for makeup because some affluent YT women will get away with it, so I'm gonna go and do it, and I'm gonna argue that I should get away with it because they get away with it. Instead of me doing that, I'm gonna understand that may happen. I'm not going to do it, and then I'm going to figure out what can I do, how can I vote, what laws do I need to know, what legislation should we be pushing, which politicians will push that legislation. Is there going to be a shift in how they deal with shoplifting across the board? Is there better things that they could put in place? Like, how about finances? What would make me want to steal the makeup and try to boost it? Oh, okay, because I don't have no money. Well, then we need to get some more programs, or we need to get some more jobs. Which one of these politicians are going to do that? If more of us was thinking like that, then we could beat the quote unquote system they're talking about. But you wanting to do the shit that other motherfuckers get away with and then whine about not getting away with it is diabolical. Because although I'm talking about boosting, since they want to keep bringing that up, you telling me you want to be able to come in my house, hold the pew pew at me, do what you want to me, or take my shit, and I'm supposed to be okay with that because in some neighborhood, in some affluent area, motherfuckers doing that over there and they getting away with it. So I'm supposed to let you do it to me and get away with it. Like, that's supposed to be the fairness, is that you get to come terrorize me and mine. And we should want you not to go to prison because somebody else did the same thing and they didn't go to prison. That logic really stands, and y'all will know that your outcome, like, these men will know if I sell candy. Like, for example, I always thought this was interesting. Rick Ross, Freeway Rick Ross, was bragging about making $3 million a day. He was saying that he knew that they had passed the law. He talked about this. He said that around the time he was selling candy, they had changed the laws that if you get found with the hard candy, that you're gonna get a lot of I forgot how much time, but it was a lot of time. If it's a soft candy, it was less time. He still continued to sell, still continued to terrorize his community. And when he went to prison, he wanted to whine and complain about how unfair it was, and that the reason why they changed the hard candy to being more getting more time than the soft candy is because more black folks was on the hard candy and selling the hard candy. And my thing is, so you kept selling it, why?
You're still doing it. Like, I want to address the shoplifting comment since they keep bringing it up because men have a way of always trying to shift the blame or shift the conversation and hold women accountable. Even in shoplifting, even though we may see more in the media maybe of women, even in shoplifting, men still they still hold the majority of charges in shoplifting. They also like to bring up, like when we talk about like grape and PDF files, they're always quick to bring up the fact that, oh, we see women teachers doing this. Okay, even in that field, women still only hold 49% and men hold 51% of the teachers that are SAing children. So
It's more women teachers than male teachers, which is fucking diabolical.
exactly. So even with it being more women teachers, y'all are still leading even in the schools of people. Like at the end of the day, stop trying to shift the blame because we want to eradicate these things in totality, but the easiest way to eradicate something is to pick the person that's doing it in the highest rates. So if y'all are committing 93% of all of the violent and sexual crime, just eradicating you guys is going to get rid of the bulk of it.
They don't want to talk about that. I think that doing these lives, I've learned that they're going to always deflect from the conversation. And you would think that this wouldn't be, at this point, with the information we know now, you would think that we would be able to have this conversation. Because it's simply just saying, does prison culture influence it? And the stacking of the pants is a perfect example, and us just recognizing it. Because like if you put a name to it, then maybe we can start catching certain things and be like, wait a minute, what is going on? And then the men came up and proved my point. Like the gentleman that was up here who did 5 years, the fact that he wanted to talk about and wanted to argue semantics about if they making money in prison or not, instead of him coming out and talking about the deplorable conditions and all the things, all the activism that he doing to, help with the reform of those facilities. He didn't talk about going to any Congress meetings or talk about legislation. He didn't advocate for getting more educational programs within the school systems or within the community and within the prison to help those guys deal with certain things. He didn't talk about any of that. He didn't talk about how traumatizing it was for him, how hard it was for him. He came out, he wanted to talk about, he couldn't wait to brag about him being able to send money back home to his child, which is a lie. I don't believe none of that motherfucker was saying, but he wanted to be able to say that he sent money back home to his child and that he started a trucking business since he been home. That is the problem. So when he's talking to people and they're having conversation about prison, I guarantee you he talk about, man, I was good and I was eating good up in there. I had a good hustle going, so I was able to send my baby mama money. That's what they're doing. They're not talking about the stuff they should be talking about that would deter some of these young men. They sit up here bragging about the shit they did in there.
So I actually, it's so funny that you popped up on my feed because I actually had a topic about like felons and whatnot the other night, and it was so funny because they were so upset. But it was, why does her body count not matter? I mean, why does her body count matter but your felonies don't? Your
Lord.
past, it said your past shouldn't matter, and they were hot. They was like, what has that got to do with da da da? They like a hoe gonna always be a hoe, but I can get out and I can change my life. So she can't change her life. Her past matters, but you're all of the women that date you that are gonna have to deal with the consequences of your actions that put you in there, all of the things that you are not going to be able to do, the places that you're not going to be able to travel to, everything like that, the things that the loans you're not going to be able to get, the houses that you're not going to be able to apply for, and everything like that. She should, give you grace and say, oh yeah, like this is a man, he done changed his life, but y'all don't give no grace. A woman can't have no
The
parents.
crazy part is I've heard them say that women being 304s or whatever they claim is what's causing harm. Like that's more harmful than the shit these niggas doing.
Mm-hmm.
Even
A
though
guy
they
literally said to me,
they out there tossing that ass every which way.
Yep.
a guy literally said to me, he said, "Oh, somebody can become a felon for stealing $1,000. What that? I don't think that's more wrong than somebody dancing for money." I was like, "What? That? Like, really? You just spewed that out of your mouth? You stealing somebody's hard-earned money, and it's not worse than somebody doing something consensual between two adults." Is what you're telling me.
Prima, we done talked about it. When we had a conversation about like the what was it, the welfare queens and the candy epidemic, they literally think that women who got on welfare is worse than the men who sold candy.
The welfare queens was worse than
That men who sold candy. They say that women were the bigger sellouts for taking the government welfare. That was the worst thing that happened to the black community. That's literally what they say.
Yeah, they do say that. And they say that that's how they got the BLK man out of the household and everything like that. And I want men as a whole to look at the fact of women getting more resources now, and y'all not being able to keep a woman, to everything like that. You should be looking more internally. Why don't I offer more than, because that's the only reason why women were with y'all to begin with. First of all, because you were selling us. Okay, let's start there, because the first person to sell a woman was a man, not women. So what the hell was I saying? um I think that with women getting more resources and being able to work and everything like that, and now feeling the idea of not really needing you guys, just shows your worth to a woman. At one point in time, they had no choice but to be with you, and that's why they was with you, not because they actually value you and they thought that you were a great man and all of that. No, women were forced to deal with you guys. Now women have a choice to deal with you guys in the way that they want to, and you have to bring a little bit more than just your little piece of change, or what, a little bit more than just your little piece of change, or whatever you may have it. That's all y'all had. That's what y'all had to keep a woman. You had her up under you because she had no resources. Now that she's got more resources, you don't have no emotional regulation. You don't listen. You don't take time to understand her. You don't have good communication skills. None of that. She don't need you there.
And that's what they scared about. They want women to need them, also take care of them, because they don't be having no resources. We know that, and it's sad. I'm just exhausted. Like I'm just annoyed. But Prima, I'm glad you came up here because you shed some light on a lot of shit that I think was needed to be said. At first, I was like lost about the they making money point, but I think that I understand what you're saying. I understood what you were saying. You wasn't saying it was like a lot of. You was just saying that it like that it does happen, which we knew that. We know that there's some cricket officers. We know all that part.
Yeah, no, I came in on a very specific point of it because I missed the part where y'all were saying like he was glorified and everything like that. I didn't hear that part. I came in when I came in. I said I was a CO in the comments, and then I was brought up, and then you asked me if they were making money, and then I responded. But I'm not caping for fucking prisoners, okay? It's so many more people in the world that need your support than for me to be sitting there caping. I'm not caping for fucking prisoners. Yeah, hell nah. But I have seen, I've seen what I've seen, and I was a little surprised by it. Like damn, it's really like that in here. Like
We know that feds, that's a different. Typically, people who go to the feds have different crimes. Like they do be having money. Like there's a lot of men in the feds who literally got money. That's not shocking. That part, like federal inmates, typically they with these RICOs, they're starting to have more like low level criminals be in the feds because the way they're trying to do the RICOs, because they just round the motherfuckers up. But typically, the feds, the makeup of federal inmates was way different than the makeup of state inmates. So that's a well known thing. But either way it goes, even if you got money, you can't get your time back.
Exactly.
I'm broke as a motherfucker. I'd rather be broke sitting on the TikToks with y'all eating a bowl of cereal because I can't eat no caviar. I'd rather be sitting up here doing this than
They
to be
not
in
eating no
a jail
caviar.
cell. I don't want to be in prison. I don't care. I don't want to be in prison. And I like girls, but I don't want to be around them all day. I don't give a damn how good they look. I don't want to be in no prison. You can miss me. I'm good right where I'm at. Up in here smelling my good Santal and Rose candle, looking at my little TV, the black screen, talking to y'all.
I will
rather
say
spend
that
days.
I will say that one thing that isn't taken into account why it is a lot easier for them to stack their money in there is because they don't really have a lot of ways to spend their money too much in there. They can't have too many things, they don't have bills, everything like that. So the money that they do make, it's easier for them to accumulate it because they don't have the worldly things that we spend money on, and they don't have they got their 3 hots and a cotton. They got their meal, even though they might want to spend a little extra on food and stuff like that. But even that, there is a limit to how much they can buy a week or a month. There's a limit to that. They can't just splurge, even if they have the funds. They can't splurge like that. They have to get it through other inmates and whatnot.
That when Scales said that comment earlier, talking about they living like it's the free world, talking about his homeboy playing the video game and shit like that. Like the thing is, they do glorify it. Like they make it seem like it ain't that big of a deal, and you wasn't here. But these motherfuckers talking about they know millionaire niggas and so much contraband. They millionaire. I know that niggas lie. That's the
I don't
thing.
know one millionaire now.
No, this the problem. These men lie, and then they start believing the fucking lies and retelling to us like that shit fact. Like, no, you don't. They make it seem like, oh no, motherfuckers going to jail and they getting big money. They over there chilling. Like, y'all saying that shit and don't see how that impacts the next fucking generation. These niggas is trash. That's what I say. Keep them away from your fucking kids.
Well, how many of them come out and say the same story? Every inmate you talk to, they come on these panels. They always sending money home to their woman. They always
they lie. There's a saying amongst COs, and it's like they'll be like how you want to know how you know when an inmate is lying, and you'll be like what, and then they're like if their mouth is moving. They lie about everything. They lie to everybody. Like I said before earlier, once they go in there, that is no longer your brother. That is no longer your man. That is no longer none of that. He's not. He's going to tell you whatever he needs to tell you on that phone in order for you to either help him
or just be there. They want it. Of course, they want somebody to be able to call and cake to on the phone. They will think up any woman of their past that they have had one conversation with to call on that phone once they get in there. The things that they say to you, it does not matter. It don't matter. They lying. They always lying.
When I be on prison talk and them prison wife talks, cause Tam just said it. Tam,
They found me, and I'm blaming you. I'm
girl,
like,
it,
it had something to do with this.
I probably did, y'all. It's pure entertainment. When I say them, I feel bad for the women. Don't get it twisted, because I think it's a deeper thing that's happening, right? But you can't tell them you can't tell the prison wife TikTok community. You can't tell them a motherfucking thing. You can't tell them shit about their man, baby. I don't care what you
You know
say.
why, Mia? You know why?
Why, baby?
When men is out here, like I said, when men out here, yeah, men lie and manipulate out here, but in there, they literally have nothing else to do but to think about a way to manipulate you and learn you and everything like that. Like they get it down to a science in there on how to manipulate women, which women shouldn't fall for that shit anyway. But regardless, like that's what's going on. Like they're telling them in there, a prisoner is gonna tell you all the things that no man outside is gonna tell you. He gonna promise to do he gonna buy you an airplane whenever he get out. You can't tell them shit because they being sold a fucking fairy tale, okay? And they usually learn whenever these men hit the streets. Men, that's the worst man to do. A man that just got out of prison, he just got free. Especially he did a long time and it's a whole new batch of women out here. All right.
And he trying to prove that all that time he was taking dick wasn't real. You in trouble, baby. You and your friends. He about to run through the girls trying to prove that he a real man. Come on now.
I remember it was a boy that I dated whenever I was a teenager. I was like 16. And he ended up going to prison for unaliving someone. He's still in prison. And I don't know how the hell this boy got my number. I've had the same number for a very long time, since I was like 13. But he remembered my number. And he called me some years ago after it had been about 6 years done passed. And I answered. And he's like, I'm just trying to be nice to him. I knew you at one point in time. Probably nobody talks to you, everything like that. That boy told me that whenever he got out, he was coming to live with me. And I was like, what?
Yeah, he moved fast, boy. They be making promises. They get serious fast.
That's crazy.
Men in prison be like a lesbian relationship. Y'all talk on day one. By day 2 at 12 o'clock, y'all go together. Around 5 p.m., y'all about to get married. At 6, y'all gonna have a baby. So they be moving fast. He had to put his hooks in you. He know he got 55 years left, but baby, he need that commissary now.
He had 7. I want to say it was like 7 years left to his sentence, and he like, I don't got that long. I only got 7 years left. I'm like, wait, like you don't make no sense. 7 years on the outside, that's a long time, honey.
No, buddy, no, not 7 years. What's up, Shenron? You done got found it.
You nigga got lost. Where the fuck you in at?
Hey y'all.
They do be saying I found Allah.
I said you found who?
Allah. They be Muslims.
Oh yeah, they turn.
Oh, you talking about the inmates? I was going to say.
Yeah,
they love to turn to Islam in prison.
Shout out to Philly, but wait, before you go, Shenron, wait, Prima, you don't gotta say what state, but what's the location? North, south, east, west?
I'm in Florida, baby.
Oh, Florida. Okay. Oh, yeah. I knew your terminology was similar to the South, but I wasn't sure. But go ahead, Shenron. I know you wanna tell the truth.
Yeah, prison culture definitely influencing black men. Actually, I would say a lot of prison culture is influenced by like black culture altogether. Because even on the inside, you'll see if certain groups are not like clicked up with like their own, a lot of them will still emulate things that you could probably credit to black culture. But I'll definitely say that a lot of what goes on in modern day black culture is kind of influenced by like prison culture too, like the sagging, the slang, the terminology, stuff like that. A lot of it do be influenced by like prison culture and stuff like that. And as far as everything else I was hearing, that is absolutely one thing that an inmate will sit up and do, especially if they in like restrictive housing or a seg, or whatever people we call them the whole. They will 100% be sitting up and thinking of ways to manipulate somebody. For sure, you will either do it to get something out of you, or they will either do it for entertainment purposes. Some people will either do it to get something out of you, or they will either do it for entertainment purposes. Sometimes both. That's one of the main things they would do. So, like, whenever I first started, and this is like back in 2015, that's the main thing that I was being told. Like, make sure they'll try to get you to bring stuff in, bring in phones, bring in drugs, stuff like that. And the thing that I started, like, whenever I got, good enough to be like training people and stuff, especially when it came to women, I would tell them straight up, like, look, you can go and get you dicks, to get you smacks or whatever, wherever you want to, right? You got a whole family. There ain't nothing in here, none of these motherfuckers can offer you that's going to be worth more than what you got out there. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be your freedom on the line. If you have to set up one of these motherfuckers, they accept one of their offers or whatever, but the moment you get a chance, set their ass up. Just so motherfuckers know to leave you alone, then do that. There's really, I don't be getting it. I see all these shows where all these women are trying to, like the love after lockup thing or whatever, and then some of these other women be with these prison dudes. Like, it's crazy. I remember I've taken inmates to visitation before, and brought them back from visitation, and then they come and somebody comes and tries to visit them like later on that same day, and it's like inmates in Texas can only get one visit per day. So it's like the fact that you have somebody else trying to see you or whatever is going to cause an issue, because this person is coming out here to see you, trying to surprise you. And now it's like you got to explain why you can't go to visit because you had a visit earlier today. And they talked to your mama, so they already know it wasn't your mama that came down. They know it wasn't your family. So how you going to explain to them who came to see you and why you can't get a visit? And I done seen some. I like the pictures. I like the pictures sometimes that some of the inmates be getting in the mail and stuff like that from, I guess, maybe the women they talking to. Them motherfuckers will trade that shit for soup in their heartbeat. Or they'll land them. They'll land them to an inmate down the walkway or down the run or something like that for some soups, for some commissary or something like that. And that's one of the worst things too, because a motherfucker would trade they quote unquote family pictures, and the motherfucker they traded to get locked up and get jammed or doing some other shit. And now it's like your stuff is in their property because you want to let them see your pictures or whatever. And like, no, I don't get that.
Yep, they'll definitely do that. They definitely do that. They don't care. They have no loyalty to nobody. Whenever I was in there, there were inmates that would come up to the box acting like they need something. You wanna give them the things that they need, because you know that 9 times out of 10, the last officer that was in the box didn't give them no soap, didn't give them no ibuprofen, nothing like that. So you want to give it to them, but then you start to realize they keep coming to this box asking me for things because they want me to stand up so they can look at me. Then they trading things so that, oh, you go over there to the box, I'm gonna stand back here in the shower, and when you get her to come up here to this glass, I'm gonna be back here in the shower jacking off. Like, they don't care. It's ridiculous, the things that they do.
And that's one of the things that pissed me off instantly, right? So working 2 different custody levels, right? Working between like population or medium custody here in Texas, and then working like ad seg, it's 2 different mentalities, right? I can understand an inmate in a cell by himself jacking off, doing that. I don't know what the TikTok friendly language for that is, but doing that in the cell by himself. But what pissed me off the most, right, is I would be like, if I was on a like medium custody, I'd be escorting like a pill nurse or a library aide or whatever. The inmates, any other time, like they would be, if I was walking around by myself, or whatever, and they were trying to look at one of the officers, they'd be like, they tell me like, "Oh, get out the way, get out the way." And then, first of all, if I'm walking, you leave me the fuck alone. Don't say shit to me. Sit the fuck down while you in this day room. But on the other hand, too, if I'm escorting a nurse on the cell block and y'all motherfuckers is two in a cell, why are you just sitting up in the front of your cell doing that and expecting any motherfucker to be okay with it? Like, why would you expect for me as a heterosexual male to be okay with you pulling your dick out? Or pulling your like, why would you be okay with me doing that? And then they want to be mad if I write the case. So like, no, you're gonna be stupid enough to do it. I'm gonna be stupid enough to write that shit.
Yep. I had to learn. An inmate literally had to tell me, like, because I like I said, I went in there trying to be fair and treat these people like humans and whatnot. And he told me straight up, you gonna have to do one or the other. I get you don't want to be the police, because we taught in the BLK community being the police is bad, but that's the job. We the police, we're law enforcement. So he's like, I get, you don't want to necessarily be the police, but you're gonna have to choose a side. Either you gonna get on the inmates program, or you gonna get on your jobs program, and you gonna have to start writing them up. You gonna have to start getting them locked up for doing the shit that they doing. And everybody gonna talk shit, but that's just what you're gonna have to deal with. Otherwise, nobody is going to protect you if you're not bringing something in for them or doing something for them. So you gotta protect yourself. You gotta let these officers protect you and come down here and enforce the rules.
And the thing that that used to really piss me off about like working in ad seg or whatever, sometimes the inmates would be like, "Man, y'all treat us like animals. We're people. And I'd be like, okay. And that was when I first started. But then the moment, but this is the thing. The moment when they did something that left me stuck out, or that might have fucked me over, that might have inconvenienced me, all of a sudden it's, man, we inmates. Oh, so now all of a sudden you inmates. So you want me to treat you like a person when it's convenient, but the moment you do something fucked up that I'm upset about, or that we didn't agree to, there's no understanding about, all of a sudden is, man, we inmates at the end of the day. It's like, oh, okay, so you inmates at the end of the day. Thank you for helping me to understand this. So I'm just gonna treat you like the whole ass inmate you are.
Exactly. You can't. I'm sorry. It is what it is, and it's sad that it gotta be that way. And we thinking that we can go in and we are black people. We can have some type of grace for these people, but we get it the worst out of everybody. Because you are a black person, they feel more comfortable doing inappropriate shit. They feel more comfortable building relationships, like being just entirely too comfortable talking to you. Like, that these people are looking at me with a very close lens just because of my skin color. And you want to make it worse because you want to walk up to me and try to dap me up. I am not your fucking friend.
Nah, I'm gonna hit somebody in the chin like that, acting like that's what they were trying to come up and do, like it was just supposed to be funny. Nope, don't do that. Because the thing about it is, and I had to, when I trained, like especially like the black officers, especially like the other black men, I had to make sure they understood this. Like, yes, down here in Texas, it's definitely gonna be some of the good old boy system, right? You go down on the cell block and you might get called the N-word by one of these essays, or one of these throw it off white boys or something like that. And when some of the black inmates might make it seem like, we got to stick together. But at the same time, these motherfuckers will leave you stuck out at the end of the day. If it's behind some money or it's behind something else they got going on, if it's behind some gang shit, they will leave you stuck the fuck out. So there's no point in you trying to come in here and try to be, like pro-black. And this is me talking as a pro-black dude, trying to talk to him, trying to be pro-black, because the same niggas telling you to be pro-black is going to be the same ones to leave you stuck out, the same ones to do some shit that's going to end up making you look bad. And at the end of the day, even if something like that were to pop off or whatever, motherfuckers is not necessarily going to defend you. He's fucking around and doing that might actually make you a target of some of these other people. If you go ahead and you try to line yourself on the basis of race or whatever, if something were to happen with one of these essays or one of these Peckerwoods or something, for sure target you just for that. So ain't no point in you trying to align yourself with the inmates on that, knowing they can very much. Ain't no point in you trying to align yourself with the inmates on that, knowing they can very much so bite you in your ass.
That's why we gotta learn how to not be manipulated. You gotta be able to cut manipulation. You gotta know that people can use certain language, and motherfuckers will. If what y'all saying is true, if there is nothing but time to like get the dark psychology thing going, or try to read people, learn people, if I'm watching Sharon and I hear him talking to somebody, he ain't talking about nothing, because you know not to talk about too much personal, but you might say something. It might be in the way that you speak about things. It might be a bracelet you wearing that might be red, black, and green. It might be just certain things that you have said. You might have quoted Malcolm X on accident. It might be just something that you did. They might be able to get family to see some of the things you post, and it might not be nothing personal with your girlfriend, kids, nothing like that. But they like, oh damn, oh he one of them pro-back Farrakhan type of it. So all of a sudden they talking to you like that, trying to get inside your head. There's this assumption, right, that all black people understand certain things that happen systematically with black people. So if they play into that role, take out the other stuff, they play into that role, they might be able to catch somebody, slipping. So it's just certain things that I think that they be like looking into, trying to read people. And it's just not even with y'all talking about the prison system. I'm saying in general, because we see on this app, like motherfuckers be trying to manipulate shit. The more we start to be able to recognize that stuff, and we like, nah, we not falling for it. No, you can't play us no more. That's not gonna happen no more. They're not able to play this game. They lose. They can't say what happened to be pro-black. You're not pro-black. A motherfucker who will hurt somebody that look like me ain't pro-black. Like, I'm not stupid. You're not pro-black. You don't get to dictate to me what's being pro-black. You're not. You're raping children. You love R. Kelly. You're not pro-black, sir. Sorry. And that's how we gotta start calling this shit out, in my opinion. But I don't know if y'all heard this. Y'all favorite auntie crashing out on the internet.
Yeah.
I'm about to play it. Hold on. Let me see if y'all can hear it.
And they pumpkin. Cause they pumpkin. Yeah. Two rich rappers open them DMs, trying to scoop a nigga knowing that is a she him. Balls slamming across the wall, them dirty draws, booty bouncing on the bed like basketball. Him and that nigga crazy, a giving head, fucking out the other leg.
What?
And they pumpkin.
That's Tia.
Tia.
Rick Ross baby mama.
Oh my gosh. You petty.
That lady petty. No, it's not Priscilla. It's Tia Kemp talking about they pumpkin. And they she said them motherfuckers is pumpkin.
You talking about Diddy?
No, she was talking about Boss Man D-Lo.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't buy that disclaimer or whatever that whoever that was that they put out talking about they just lied. That sound like he got bought out or something.
No, yeah. I ain't falling for it at all. Like, I ain't falling for it at the fuck all. I was scrolling because y'all know I love to be on my other device, and Shannon arguing with a punk.
Huh?
Yeah. Shannon, y'all know Shannon, what's his name? Here you go, right here. Hold on.
Lord forbid we hold a woman accountable for lying. Lord forbid that, you know what I'm saying? Well got the next picture on his page permanently for his life. He love Meg. You like Meg, bro? You like you like Meg?
Controversial Shannon or something? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why would I put it in, bro? You think she attracted in what regards? In what regards? In what regard? Listen, because you acting like Meg can do no wrong, bro. Is that what you're saying? Oh, man, y'all stay going to that point. Bro, do I like Meg? Bro, I'm answering the question, fam. Why you getting emotional? I'm answering the question, bro. Yeah, I like Meg.
Oh, my gosh.
He is. But why? Listen to him try to defend.
Put that back on the background.
Defend,
me liking
he
Meg
cammed up for what?
anything that's going on.
Damn, I can't never see
Like,
him.
me being married and not have anything going on.
It's all on the camera too.
What? You see, how does me being married and not have anything to do with going on? I wanted to know if I was talking to
I know
single man
him.
or a married man. Why? You asked me why. Can I? Because I know how.
Isn't it so fucking fake?
And I don't know why he up here acting like this.
I can have with a married man. I have.
I don't know why he got a little platform and he's showing his ass. Y'all know how they do.
Who's a Forrest dude or just controversial Shannon dude?
No, this dude.
Oh, he in Dallas. Indian American.
But he ain't from Dallas.
Chickasaw.
So he ain't got where he from, which is interesting. Interesting he ain't got where he from, but okay. He be look at him.
Niggas need to stop coming to Dallas. They can stay the fuck out.
What's this?
What's what?
Why you got your lips on the screen?
Oh my gosh.
Think about it though. Why he got his lips on the screen like this?
He should just put his ass on the screen.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
oh my God.
Who hairline is this?
Take the energy to bring it to your house.
Yeah.
You know, you check it at the door. Because you set the tone. In
This who he fucking.
Hold on to that hairline tight. Damn. Look at that shit, sir.
Children have it. But if you check you at the door, you never have that problem. How am I going to protect the house? How am I going to protect your emotion? Spirit, I got to pray for you. I got to pray for you often. I got to pray for you.
They love bringing God in it, man.
Well, God been pissing me off.
God, if this is the woman that you have for me, please adapt.
They love
A
him.
man that doesn't have children, for him to step into a relationship with a woman that does have children, how does he handle that transition? And what should he expect going into that? It's simple, man. When you walk
Why he whispering?
with a woman and her children, the mama bear is always going to protect her children.
Respectfully, a lot of you men go through is because you chase the wrong women. I know a lot of great women, including my several friends, and we don't act like the little dusties y'all be chasing.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Like a baby bitch.
I think two things can be true. I don't think you're lying. You may know a lot of women who victim blaming is thrown around way too much. Just because I tell you this way, you ignore the signs, you rationalize toxic behaviors, you ignore discernment.
My point is, take them off, sis. If a man got a problem with you keeping your options open, tell that man.
Why are men not as interested or as obsessed with us anymore? Obsessed is crazy word.
Why are you putting us through this?
I just want y'all to see. I just want y'all to see what the fuck going on. These men, I'm just saying he like me.
That's how you talk, because you're acting like it's a problem. I mean, when you brought up God, I'm just saying.
I'm trying to understand, when did men stop becoming obsessed with women?
Why can you take left right if I bring up
He
God?
ain't obsessed with women. He obsessed with men.
People mention the Lord, and usually, I didn't say usually. I asked you, bro. I asked you. Yeah, because
He dating a single mother.
bring up the Lord, I'll make sure you live for him. You ain't finna come up here and bring God into the conversation. Right. I just cooked somebody last night for doing that, so I respect that. I respect that. I ain't no problem with that. I respect that. But back to the DA though. So you talking about this footage and this audio?
He's arguing that Meg lied.
Oh wait, so y'all want to
Yeah,
mention? I won't mention.
she didn't. If she did lie, she didn't lie when it mattered. She didn't lie on that stand. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah. So y'all.
And even if she did lie, why didn't Tory get up there and tell the truth?
Dumping the waters, cause
He did that to himself. Bro, you. Oh my God.
I don't know why he mad.
Tell Shannon he a bitch.
What am I supposed to control? Control. It's not about control. It's about steward and well over.
Paris.
Christian, is that fair?
Oh my gosh.
I didn't say control. Control is not of God. Steward and well over. Ladies,
Bro.
Stop telling that, because I tried to put the comments on subscription only multiple times, trying to let the comments in.
He about to turn the comments off.
Hurry up.
Take it off and you keep going.
Oh my God. Hey, yo. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I got over here, but I guess it's just like after power.
No, that is fucking hilarious.
I don't think you understand the context of what I'm saying.
Everybody calling him a punk.
Yeah.
The dude, the Shannon dude, or the other dude?
No,
The
they
other
talking
dude?
about the Forrest dude.
Same thing when I'm addressing red pill dudes, the manosphere. Y'all see tears on my face? The red pill dude.
He's so focused on the comments he can't think.
Like every YouTube.
Watch this.
Whatever.
He
I'm
said,
addressing these guys, and they all in the comments calling me DL. No.
You got put like 2 T's. I mean 3 T's.
why?
So why would I expect to?
Oh, but
They know to me.
I ain't supposed to control comments, bro. But what I would expect is for a host to acknowledge and appreciate and include them in the conversation. Me and myself,
dude, like, put the wet,
No,
put the
not
wet
weak.
emoji.
I respect the difference
Weekend.
of opinion and difference of execution.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was so diabolical.
Y'all are funny as hell.
This is wickedness. I hope y'all remember to repent in a few hours. Dealing with.
Yeah, I repent right now. If he a Christian, I'm a double Christian.
Question, because I like asking questions. Now, my thing is this: people don't. I ask questions, and people have an issue with being questioned at all. It wasn't even disrespectful. It was just asking questions. I'm like, bro, I come in, you curse. I'm like,
I know, I ain't gonna say that. That's gonna be too much.
and you go to sleep.
That's gonna get me blocked. I was
Make
about to say
statements.
something. I was about to say something nasty. That's gonna get me blocked. I don't want to get blocked. They put rainbows in the comments.
Oh my god.
Damn, y'all look at all the rainbows. Let me join them. let me get in here and join them. Where the rainbows is?
Instagram, like I said, you can look up my same
Damn.
name or everything. Yeah,
You know what I'm
You gotta type it in and see if it changes that emoji.
dude,
Yeah,
a specific type of man,
there you go.
black man specifically, they get online and build his platform disrespecting his group. And they be up to 3 o'clock in the morning. They be married too. And they
Y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, they say he look like Tory Lanez.
I'm gonna disrespect us, and I'm gonna take
Always
it
like
every time. If you wanna go there, not you specifically, but if you as a
I'ma
man
fix the spelling.
getting online and disrespecting black women, then I'm gonna disrespect us. You wanna call yourself a king? I'm gonna say you're broke as a collector. You wanna say you got all this power? Show me something. You're still complaining about white supremacy. You ain't got no damn power as a collector. So if they want to do that, then we gonna do that. Because the men need to be a choice. So when you ask me a question, I'll be honest with you. You ask me specifically because this is what you really want to know. Do I hold women accountable? No.
340 lanes.
I don't spend majority of my time addressing women. My content is specifically geared to talking to men. I believe a man is supposed to address men. Women are supposed to address women.
Listen. I know y'all on this like weird hate train for me right now, but I hope y'all understand. People are coming in this man live. When I joined, it was like 130, now it's 185. So 50 people are watching him talk and watching y'all put rainbow emojis. Like, relax, bro. That ain't what's
y'all chill with the
good for you, bro. They trying their hardest to support you, and I respect it.
Y'all chill with the emojis. Chill with the emojis, man.
Because I'm getting texts like, bro, well, is he gay? And I'm like, bro, he's not gay.
Don't do that to him. Don't do that to him.
Crashing out behind me, challenging somebody, bro. And this emotional.
ain't.
All right. They emotional. It's all right, but go ahead.
I can't say that either. Damn.
Turn the comments on. I'll turn the comments on.
I'm trying to focus, but it's like, bro, people are coming.
No.
Like, is he gay? I'm like, no, you're not.
Oh, there it goes.
Damn.
I'll turn the comments on. There we go. We'll keep it like this.
Shannon be supporting these men.
What they say, giving women, what they say,
Yeah,
giving.
these niggas.
What is that trying to give, bro? Just chill out.
Shannon phony as shit.
To answer your question, bro, I'm real.
Yes.
No, I don't really spend time.
Headline covered today.
To a woman.
He said be a man.
Crazy, right? I have covered.
Chill, mine. I just got a text. Chill, mine. Chill up. Go ahead. Yeah, she said, chill out, mine. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm saying if I see a woman story.
Why the girl, his hostage over there, lady, that man using you. I don't be understanding. I don't be understanding y'all. Shannon fake as hell though. I do know that. But let's talk about these. Let's talk about these. Let's fucking talk about these. Cause
Oh,
baby,
Lord,
and
y'all,
she
can y'all see it? Can y'all see? Ew, it's so gross.
talking about she don't wash her face. Hold on, I got y'all. We about to
She
play
don't
it.
brush her teeth either. That shit is caked on. That shit look
Hold
nasty.
on. Let me play these.
All right. My skincare
Oh,
routine is that I don't put shit on my face. I do not put lotion on my face. I do not put, yeah. Every once in a while I put lotion on my face, but very infrequently. I don't put none of that stuff on my face whatsoever at all. Every couple of days, and I don't wash my face with soap either. Only water. All right. And every couple of days, I'll take an alcohol pad and then clean it off and let whatever brown, black stuff that comes off of it come off of it. And then, and when I
what brown stuff or black stuff that come off of it?
And she work in a hospital,
mm.
and you not washing your face every day.
She said she take an alcohol pad and whatever black or brown stuff come off. That's what come off.
just the little packets that be at my job for fucking free. I do that shit at the job. Go ahead. Okay. So let me tell you why. And then every once in a while, listen, every once in a while, maybe once every 6 months to a year, I might get a little acne breakout. When that happens, what I do is I take cod liver oil pills for about a week. And that clears up, and I'm good to go for probably another year.
See, I'm not listening to this. Like,
It paused.
Who asked her for this advice?
I don't know which one of these goofy motherfuckers. But the point I want to make is this, because a lot of people sit up and they be talking about, no drama. We don't want no drama. Y'all sit
Look
up
at her
here.
teeth.
Y'all listen to this lady be messy and try to make fun of certain folks who got black names. I want to know, why do you think that your name, like what's wrong with having a name like Drika? Like what's wrong? No, she not live right now. That was from earlier. What's
Yeah,
wrong with having black names? Huh?
Her teeth look gross, Mia.
I know she don't brush her teeth. That ain't my fault. She said, look, this lady said she's so pretty, she don't gotta wash her face or brush her teeth. The fuck you talking about? She said she top tier pretty. She the prettiest girl of them all. She's the fairest of them all. You can't tell this lady got pretty YT woman privilege. Okay? The fuck y'all talking about? We ain't nothing. We got ghetto names and ghetto frames. We got ghetto vernacular. We ain't nothing but some black motherfuckers, okay? So she sitting up here want to be funny, and she get the need to be centered where you have all these women fawning over you while you give a skincare routine that consists of you using an alcohol pad every 3 to 5 months is diabolical. Wait, what happened?
She said she gonna leave. But if you wearing makeup and you in a hospital and like you going outside every day, like you're not washing your fucking face. Do people not know how many skin cells people just like extract off their bodies every day? Like how many germs is everywhere, and you don't brush your fucking teeth? That shit is gross. That's gross.
Disgusting.
It's like caked on. That's nasty.
And make this shit up. So what you doing up here at this hour? All right, Prima. Oh, you must have came for the other prompt.
No, I just wanted to hear how nasty y'all motherfuckers is.
Who you talking about?
Motherfuckers is.
Who you talking about?
Whoever y'all talking about, these motherfuckers is nasty with their wigs. Don't be washing their hair for months.
Ain't nobody say nothing about no wigs or washing no hair. Now you just come over here. We talk about we was being messy.
Y'all said she don't wipe herself right. She wiped from the back to the front.
Said. No.
Y'all said she wiped boo boo in her cuckoo.
So you an expert on wiping? What you be wiping? Let me
hey, listen.
Hold on, so
I got bidets.
Make that thing.
I got bidets.
Now,
I
bend
got
that thing
bidets.
shake for me, Saul. Let me see
You
that
always
thing.
want
Bend that thing over.
fuck me. You always trying to be sexual with me.
But
Come on.
now, let me see. I bet you got a fat ass, Saul. I can tell by the way you talk.
I
You
bet
walk
you got a
around with a
fat pussy.
wagon.
I know you got a fat pussy.
No, we talking about you and
Yeah,
your
you
fat
know
pussy.
that
I want to
motherfucker
see.
fat.
I want you to make your fat pussy wink at me. I
You know
want to
that
see.
motherfucker fat. You know
I know.
that.
Let me tell y'all something about Saul. Saul the type of motherfucker. He gonna squirt all over you. He gonna squirt. He gonna cream. It's gonna be a motherfucking show. Okay, I can tell. I can tell.
Mia's a swallower for sure. I can tell. She's definitely a swallower.
Yes, I'll be trying to outdo me, but
I can't outdo you.
when it comes to putting a motherfucker in their place.
Don't change the subject to me. Keep talking about your dirty ass friends.
No, I had this prompt for you, so
What's this say?
how you feel about these?
Oh my God.
Wait. Hold on. What you think? You agree?
I don't know what this talking about.
You what you need to put your hands up.
I don't get it. So let's keep talking about your dirty friends.
No, I don't want to talk about that. Not with you, because
I
want to talk about you and your dirty friends.
We trying to cover up the dirty girls now.
No, I want to talk about you.
We trying to cover up the dirty girls now.
If I would have knew you was up at this hour, I wouldn't have never put that up. That
Too
was
late.
for the
I
other
already
folks.
recorded it. Y'all dirty. They don't brush their teeth. They don't wipe right. I got all the notes.
You got the notes.
Yep, you can't take it back now. You said these light skinned girls don't bathe. They don't fucking brush their teeth. They don't wipe right. They wipe it from boo boo to cuckoo. Got it. Noted. Leave the young light ones alone. They don't wash.
The hell? Now let's talk about your damn. Who dropped him?
Ain't nobody drop him.
I about to say right when I found the picture, I was like, let's talk. Right when I found the picture, I was like, let's talk about your friend. Damn.
I'm finna hop off, y'all. It was nice talking to y'all. I'll probably be on. I don't know next time I'm gonna be on, but it was nice talking to y'all. I'll probably be on. I don't know next time I'm gonna be on, but it was nice talking to y'all for a little bit.
Yeah, it was. All right, Shimron. Thank you for coming. But yeah, I see. Like we about to get off here too. Pearl time might get too freaky. Now, stop be kind of trying to sexualize people. I gotta get him before he come up here with that shit. But it get weird.
Weird. This picture, it's a weird ass picture.
Huh?
He got his tongue pierced.
He got a what?
I thought he got his tongue pierced. Like he got a tongue ring.
It do look like that. It do. Who knows, girl? Saw would know. They was together. They was they had a little picture together, father and son picture. He was up here being messy, being a messy bottom. I was too busy trying to find that picture. I can't find it. His left eye is droopy. I was trying to find the other picture, but I couldn't. But the moral of the story, damn, we couldn't even finish being messy. But the moral of the story is wash your face.
Yeah, wash your damn face and brush your teeth, floss. Like y'all need this. If y'all starting to get taller, go to the dentist, get that shit scraped off. If you ain't got the money, go get you one of them $4 kits from CVS. Scrape that shit off yourself. That shit is nasty.
That's all you gotta do. It do got little kits, but if you brush twice a day at least, it'll alleviate that. If you a heavy coffee drinker or things that stain your teeth, just brush after you eat those things. Like y'all got it. It's y'all have the ability.
No, that shit would it calcify some shit. It get hard after a while.
Not if you brush your teeth 2 to 3 times a day.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just talking about That shit though, that was on the screen,
Mm-hmm.
it decay your gums.
Yep. And if I could do it and I have a permanent retainer in, y'all could do it. It's hard as hell to get between, but I do it. So if I could do it, y'all motherfuckers can do it.
I don't know if I'm supposed to, but I be scrubbing my mouth with baking soda. I love that shit.
I don't think that's a problem.
I love the way my mouth feel after I scrub that shit with some baking soda.
I don't think baking soda is harsh at all, to be honest.
I don't care.
Peroxide is.
Now you could take what is it? Now you could take peroxide and mouthwash and use it to like clean down your gum line.
Now, peroxide to me, from what I read, it's a little bit too harsh. But oil pulling isn't. Like you can get some oil and you can do oil pulling. That's really good. That's really good. Especially the older you get, the more you should look into doing that. This older lady I used to work with, she used to oil pull. She had real pretty teeth. They wasn't like super, super white. They was just like a natural color, but they was like really, really healthy and strong for her to be. She was like almost 60 or something. That's really good. So oil pulling is good.
Don't put too much in your mouth. You only need a little bit.
Yeah, y'all gotta. I mean, y'all gotta. Another problem is not brushing your teeth long enough and actually like really getting in there. Gotta really brush 2 minutes. Sing the birthday song, shake your ass or something. I don't know, but brush longer than 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
People be in there quick brushing their teeth. Yeah, get a tongue scraper. Ain't that hard? But if you don't got a tongue scraper, brush that motherfucker. Brush it. Get in there hard. Put some work on it. That's all I'm saying.
Cause don't that shit feel
My Lord done came in here because I put this picture up. Damn, Lord. Damn.
Excellent. Lord, you got your tongue pierced?
Lord, tell us if you got your tongue pierced. We was just talking shit. We wasn't even serious, Lord. Damn. But while you in here, check out my stickers. I'm obsessed with the guys. I don't give a damn. Salt done came over here and had to touch his ankles. He sent you over here to get your ankle for me to push you down to get your ankles touched. That's crazy. Y'all be taking turns. Y'all some sluts. That's what I'm saying. Like, damn. I be trying to tell y'all the men's like to get bent. They want to get bent over, okay? I'm not gaslighting. The men love to get slutted out. I'm trying to tell y'all. They be taking turns.
Shout out to Hermes.
They be wanting to get sent through there. Gaslighting. But okay, Tara. I ain't gonna say that I'm gonna do 2 tomorrow, because when I said I was gonna do 2 today, look at us.
Yeah, you was reaching with that shit.
Adjectives. I don't like the adjectives. Oh gosh. But yeah, I gotta go to bed, y'all. I'm tired.
I think it was a good live.
It was. I hate that the men be crashing out, but
they can't help it. That's what they do though. The interesting thing, the reason why women end up arguing with these niggas all the time is because when women try to have this conversation, they've been interrupted the whole time. Like, men don't want us to talk about shit. They want to gaslight and derail when we talk about bullshit, because they don't want us to actually talk about issues, which is very telling. Because these niggas know they up to no good.
They know it. And that's why they want to silence us. They don't want us to be able to address anything. It's crazy. It's sickening. And we see it every time, no matter what. And then they pretend like they don't even understand what this is talking about. It's crazy.
I'm glad Julio dropped though, because he was like, I'm about to make a video. Nigga, don't be coming over here to get content for your video.
And I can't wait to see if he do make a video. And I'm gonna tell him he needs to cite a source.
He ain't gonna be talking about shit.
And ain't. But all right, y'all. Blossom done went to sleep, but all right, we'll be back at
Good
the
night.
huh?
I was saying good night, ma'am.
Good night. I'm going to bed. All right. Lord.